We're going in front. Sure.
Los dos. Iba a coordinar algunos también con Johnny, con SAR, que es la Secretaría General de la Junta.
Everybody ready?
O no sé, es SAR, S-A-R, que es
Looks good. I guess we start. The floor is up to Hannah.
Yo siempre tengo el miedo de que no se me entienda cuando hablo.
No.
Porque no hablo en español. No puedo.
Improve it a little bit for Hannah.
Yes, we are. Thank you, guys. Thank you, dear Achim, for your introduction. Thank you, and welcome, everyone, to Malaga. Thank you, and hi, Mr. Stephen Offen, President, and Vice President, and my dearest friend, Irache Garcia, my dear Giacomo, he's somewhere here also. And, well, it's a great pleasure for PSOE to welcome you all here in the city of Malaga. This is a very nice, rich example of a city as the creator of culture of the Mediterranean encounters here. This is really a very important and crucial moment for social democracy in Spain, and we really thank you for your support here. We are in a very difficult times, as you all are aware. We have still, now it's going to be 2 years of the war in Ukraine. We have to support Ukraine, and we will continue in our path of supporting Ukrainians always. In this time, also, we are living the escalation of violence in Israel and Palestine, and we see this with a lot of pain. I want to remark here the great initiative of our President and your support all with this next conference of peace to end the deaths of civilians. Hopefully, we need a place for security and peace in the Middle East, for all the population there and for all around the world. I just want to say something that it is very important. Jews and Arabs are Semites. They share same land and they share sacred places. How nice is that? We need to build bridges, and we are going to work for that to happen. So PSOE is receiving you in such a very important moment to us. I hope this next week we're going to have our President, Pedro Sanchez, in our next investiture process. President, again, he has really done a great job. And we thank you again all for being here in such an important moment to us. He has been working in the last 5 years to put in place many progressive measures for our citizens, as you are aware, and he fights, leading a lot of initiatives that were very important, such as the Next Generation funds to confront the devastating consequences of COVID-19. So we need to protect and keep our government working on progressive measures to work with vulnerable, transforming in societies more just and resilient. So here we are as Social Democrats to work against the also devastating policies and slogans of the extreme right. As you are seeing this week in Spain, we are finding our headquarters all around Spain, fighting and with insults and things like this, with the complicity of the right, PP, in this country. We need to fight against these issues because this is not democracy. Thank you. So what do we have in front? We have people like the extreme right with the complicity again of the right and PP against climate change. From the European social democracy, we are going to reach policies that give an urgent answer, with such laws like the restoration of nature that yesterday was approved in the trilogue. Congratulations. And thank you, Teresa Rivera, for your nice work there and your nice work also with the Jewel of Doñana. Thank you, dear. Thank you for your nice job. Another important flag of the government of Pedro Sanchez that I would like not to forget in here is our fight against gender violence and our fight for gender equality. Another thing that extreme right and right are working against, and here we are going to be social democrats in Europe to fight and to have a very strong position with gender equality and against gender violence. Dear comrades, I would like to thank you back again, all of you, for being here today. This is, the first step towards a very nice European elections where we're going to have vast majorities. I'm trusting all of that. I wish you very, very nice Congress, and enjoy Malaga, enjoy the sun, and we love you from PSOE. Thank you, Baglia.
So thank you so much, Hannah. As you see, a strong woman from a very strong party from a wonderful country. Thanks a lot again.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
And here we go again with the PES Congress in Malaga, in Spain, in Europe, again with a Spanish Prime Minister, with Pedro Sanchez. And looking back to Berlin, to the Berlin PES Congress, just, I would say, 12 months ago. Since then, political questions and answers are becoming clearer and clearer. It's about clear alternatives. And looking to June 24, it's necessary to discuss these alternatives. It's about a social society or market radicalism. It's about democracy and the rule of law, or populism damaging and destroying democracy. And it's about gender equality and conservatism from the 19th century, dear comrades and colleagues. And to bring that up, to finalize it in one question, from my point of view, what the whole European election should be about, it's one question. Who should benefit from our politics? Who should benefit from all our efforts? The few or the many? The billionaires or the millions? I'm in favor of the millions of citizens in every country in Europe. And therefore, we are happy, Hannah and myself, we are happy that we have a strong president, that we have a president who is sticking to values like hope, solidarity, who is working with confidence and self-confidence. We are happy that we have here Stefan Löfven, the president of the Party of European Socialists. And Stefan, the two of us will disappear for a moment, but the floor is yours. Stefan Löfven.
Let's go, let's go. Thank you, dear. Thanks. Thank you, dear. Thank you. Congrats.
Thank you so much for that welcoming. Delegates, guests, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you all for being here with us in Malaga. We have many important discussions ahead of us. We have many important decisions to take. I know that we will approach this Congress with courage, because we have to, we must. Citizens are counting on us. It's up to us, the PES family, to provide hope, to provide progressive solutions to the challenges that citizens face. Now, I want to begin today by thanking our friends from PSOE. You're hosting us here in Spain, in socialist Spain, and I cannot express enough how important those words are, socialist Spain. I have served as PES president for just 1 year. In that time, much has happened. We have achieved much, many successes as family. We have been, though, confronted by many challenges too. But one of the most important moments for us, and a defining moment for the political future of Europe, happened here. It was here that Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez and PSOE proved that populism and the far right can be defeated. Defeated by a strong progressive program. Friends, it was here in Spain that the forces of progress stood up to the forces of reactionary conservatism and won on July 23. I am proud that we're here taking inspiration from PSOE, setting out the path forward for the European elections. When I stood at the Congress stage some 12 months ago in Berlin, I pledged to lead our party through change, to make our political family the guiding star for the political direction of Europe. And I want to thank you, every one of you, for the trust that you placed in me, and I want to express my gratitude for the support that you have shown me over the last year. Now, the mission that I've set in Berlin is moving forward. And it is moving forward because of the people in this room, each and every one of you. As PES President, I'm incredibly proud of the progress our political family has made. We made this together. As socialists, we do not brag about what we achieve. Not because we're not proud, we are proud, but because we are constantly pushing for more ways to improve people's lives. And as soon as one step forward is secured, we look immediately for the next step and the step beyond that. We never stop fighting for what we believe in, not as long as we have inequalities, injustice, and discrimination remaining in our society. I've said it before, I've said it again, we should brag a little more. So if you will allow me, dear friends, I want to highlight 6 key moments since we last gathered, 6 moments of fundamental issues of our time. First, the Green Deal, then the social rights, then security in our neighborhood and the position of Europe on Ukraine and on the Middle East. Our relations with our international partners, democracy, but also open and equal societies. Those are 6 items that I want to touch upon. Beginning with the Green Deal. In December, just a few weeks after our Congress in Berlin, our political family actually was leading the negotiations at COP27. It was our dear friend Frans Timmermans representing Europe in those talks. And I want to thank Frans Timmermans for his dedication. Without him, there would simply be no European Green Deal. So when he stepped down from the European Commission, it was a loss for Europe, but only a temporary loss. In a few weeks' time, I'm confident that Frans Timmermans will lead a progressive Dutch government. And Frans, you are the progressive change that the Netherlands needs. And we are with you. We are with you as a broker for climate justice, as a force for a sustainable world. We are fighting. We are fighting because we know that the climate crisis cannot be ignored. We are socialists, so we also know that the green transition must be done with the people, not despite the people. And that is why we progressives are fighting for an ambitious European Green Deal, a Green Deal that works for the planet, a Green Deal that is about ecological sustainability, a Green Deal that is about creating jobs and welfare, and above all, building a better society for all citizens. This is what we are fighting for, a sustainable and social Europe and a sustainable and fair world. That is PES. Now, the second issue about social rights and the cost of living. So let me turn to another important area for our political family, and one that is close to my heart as a former trade union leader. In May, we joined together with Portuguese Partido Socialista for the PES Social Summit in Porto. We gathered to push for stronger social rights for citizens because too many people are working in bad workplaces with too few protections and also with salaries that are too low. Too many people are in poverty, with poor housing, struggling with the cost of living. And dear friends, when I was a young man, it was certain that my generation would have a better quality of life than our parents' generation. Today, young people do not have that certainty. The promise of a better future is failing, and we want to correct that. That's why we invest in education, in skills, in training, in housing. That's why we want to guarantee good workplaces. We work to ensure also that new technologies are ally to the workers, not an enemy. That means regulating AI and platform work so they cannot be used to undercut the rights for workers. That, dear friends, is one of the big tests we are facing now, securing a good quality of life for all, with good jobs in prosperous communities. The third is security in our neighborhood and the position of Europe. Unfortunately, our neighborhood is again marked by conflicts and violence. This affects the countries, of course, and the people directly concerned. But it does also affect the security and the well-being of our own societies. A dark chapter in Europe's history is still being written by Vladimir Putin and the Russian political leadership. Their war against Ukraine is despicable, reprehensible, and when our family gathered, we sent a clear message, a message that I can repeat today. Ukraine, we stand with you. We defend your right to live in peace, security, and democracy, and we will support you for as long as it takes. We make that commitment because there is no alternative, because if international law is not enforced, then lawlessness prevails. The other immediate issue is, of course, Middle East. Unfortunately, the tragedy in Ukraine is not the only tragedy in our neighborhood. What happened on the morning of the 7th of October in Israel was, as still is, sickening and appalling. We have said it several times, we condemn in the strongest terms the terrorist attack of the Hamas against Israel and its population, and we demand the release of all hostages unconditionally. Israel has the right of self-defense. We must continue to underline that the right to defend must be exercised with scrupulous respect for humanitarian law and international law. The human tragedy that is unfolding in Gaza is terrible and must stop. Humanitarian corridors and pauses must be established so that citizens can be assisted and protected. This situation must strengthen our resolve to support the progressive voices in the region that do want a long-lasting two-state solution that respect the right of all communities involved. Both Israelis and Palestinians have the right to live in peace and security and the right to self-determination. Fourthly, our relations with international partners. Europe doesn't exist in a vacuum. We must address the conflicts that I just talked about and others. We must also continue to work on mutually beneficial global partnerships. Another moment that we can be proud of, dear friends, came in July. True to our multilateral and internationalist traditions, we held an extraordinary PES EU CELAC summit in Brussels with progressive heads of governments, heads of state, high-level representatives from the community of Latin America and Caribbean states, such as President Lula of Brazil, President Boric in Chile, and President Petro in Colombia. Sitting around that meeting table, I was reminded that our movement is not just a European movement. It is a global one, pushing for democracy, social justice, equality, and sustainability for all. And importantly, we are the ones fighting shoulder to shoulder against right-wing nationalists everywhere, from Brazil to Spain. The fifth point is about protecting democracy. Let me go back to Europe on an issue that is absolutely critical for our societies. When I was in Warsaw with Lewica and SPD, we laid flowers on the monument of the ghetto heroes. That monument commemorates the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising when the Jewish resistance fought back against Nazi oppression in 1943. It was in front of that very memorial that Willy Brandt famously knelt in 1970. And it was before that monument that our political family once again reaffirmed our commitment to fight against authoritarianism, intolerance, and injustice today. We must not let Europe to go back to that dark past. Now, unfortunately, we see a real resurgence of anti-Semitism. Can never be justified, can never be accepted. That is a chapter in European history that must be closed once and for all. So the PES family will always fight anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and all forms of racism. Against the far right and their allies, we stand for equality and the rule of law. And dear friends, let me also address head-on the events that are still unfolding in Portugal. I hesitate to comment on the basis of speculations, rumors, hearsay. We must wait to know the full story. But let me say this. Our political family always stands with the rule of law, always stands against corruption. So we are all shocked and saddened by these news. As always, we will respect the presumption of innocence, not as a legalistic side note, but as a fundamental right. And let me take this opportunity to thank Antonio Costa for the work and the incredible achievements as Prime Minister. Even though he has not been accused, I want to commend his leadership and courage in stepping down to preserve the dignity of the office, as he put it himself. Lastly, friends, on inclusive societies. Our fight is a fight for equality and for inclusive societies. As a political family, we stand with pride behind our values. We live our values. We stand proudly with all the women and men who work to end all forms of gender discrimination, also to end the scourge of gender-based violence. We stand with our youth, with our elderly. We stand with the people that are disabled. We stand with people of all religions, of all colors of skin. We proudly stand with the rainbow flag, as it is a symbol of hope, equality, and progress. This equality, my dear friend, is what it means to be socialist or social democrat. And it is these values, in combination with your efforts, the work of everyone in this room, that is moving our party forward, step by step. We're doing this together. We make that progress not only with our political family, but with those organizations that share our values. And today, I especially want to thank our friends in the trade union movement. We share the same historical roots, we share the same values, we share the same fights. Now, the contribution of the labor unions to our family is vital, absolutely vital, as is the contribution of the civil society, whose ideas and input over the past months have strengthened the resolution we will present to you today. So it is by looking outwards, by working with our progressive partners, that we strengthen the progressive solutions we provide for citizens. This is not a rhetorical argument I make to you. It is a deeply personal one. As many of you might know, as a newborn, my mother had to leave me at an orphanage. It is hard to imagine how terribly tough it must have been for her to leave her child. But she did that knowing that the society would help her son to have a better life than she herself could provide. A society built on solidarity, where people took responsibility not only for themselves, but for others too. It was this foundation that allowed me to thrive with the love provided by those who would become my parents, Iris and Tura. Although I didn't realize this at the start, it was this foundation that led me to join trade union as a relatively young welder building rail cars. It was this sense of solidarity that pulled me into politics and eventually brought me also to high offices. It is that same personal commitment which drives me here today. It is why I'm standing here. Because I am convinced that we together, our political family, can deliver for everyone the solidarity that supported me, the opportunities that I enjoyed in life, the hope for a better future that I had. That is our task. So delegates, I want to finish today where I started, the socialist Spain, and more particularly here in Andalusia. Federico Garcia Lorca, many here knows his name. He was a poet, one of the finest poets in Spain. He was born at the end of the 19th century, a few hours north of here. He was a socialist, and he was assassinated by nationalist forces at the beginning of the Spanish Civil War. I invoke his name, his legacy today because it reminds us of the dangers of nationalism and intolerance. It tore this country apart. It tore our continent apart. And we must never, ever forget that. So today I will share just one line with you, just one observation that we should remember. Lorca wrote this, and I quote, "The most terrible of all feelings is the feeling of having dead hope." End of quote. Dead hope, my friends. Dead hope is what we are fighting against. Because when there is no hope for a better future, it is fear, anger, and resentment that will fill the space. When solidarity is stripped away from society, it is intolerance that grows. And when we meet to set out our path forward the European election, we must provide citizens with hope. We must put Europe in the lead. To address the climate crisis, create opportunities for citizens, to stand up for international law and democracy, to create prosperous societies where people live in dignity. And we can do this together because we rise together as one continent. So today, I stand in front of you with my determination strengthened, with my resolve reinforced. The setbacks that we have suffered are lessons for us, and they highlight, in contrast, the huge progress we have made. Dear friends, I see your determination to go further, to convince voters to make a positive choice next year, to win the European election, and to have a social democrat as a president of the European Commission again. Dear friends, we have much work ahead of us, but I can't think of a better place to start than here in Spain. Adelante, Europa. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, dear Stefan. Thank you for sharing your ideas, your vision. Thank you for leading our organization in this past 1 year. Thank you for your determination to bring us and keep us all together united. Thank you for your relentless commitment to always uphold the values of European social democracy. You are an inspiration for many of us, and it has been truly an honor to serve in this past mandate with you. My name is Giacomo Filibek, and I work with the PES Secretariat. And I would like you to consider that all of this that you see would not be possible without one of the best functioning secretariat of a European political family. So I think we should really praise all our colleagues that have been working on this together with our hosting party, the staff of PSOE, compañeras y compañeros de un partido maravilloso, el Partido Socialista Obrero de España.
The Spanish Socialist Party.
Unfortunately, a Congress is not only about inspiring speeches from our leaders. Sometimes there are some issues that are less exciting, and for this kind of task, they call me. So I'm the one that has to entertain you while driving the Congress into certain decisions that we are obliged to make. And these are decisions that are affecting the way we will function. So we are, as a Congress, into making decision-making that has to say to our statutes, the way our organization works, and who is part of our organization, so our membership. The good news in that is that we are not losing much, and we are gaining a lot. This is a decent piece of information. So I would like to present, first of all, and the screens will help me, the text of the new provision, the amendments to our own PES statutes, so that you can have a look. These have been already approved by the previous presidency meetings, but since are, again, as I say, affecting the life and the functioning of our organization, we need to have a Congress ratification of this. Is this? Yes. So as you can see, it's 4 main amendments affecting 4 articles. As I said, these have been discussed already in the presidency. There have been no opposition whatsoever to any of those. And if you would agree, I would just ask you to adopt them in a block. And maybe, if there are no objections, by acclamation, so that the exercise is done. Are you in favor of the changes of the statutes of the Party of European Socialists? This is great. So having done this, I would like to also announce who is going to be chairing the Congress under the formal point of view, and who are going to be the tellers for the different voting that may take place in the course of the Congress. The chair, you have already seen on stage, is our friend and comrade, Achim Post, our Secretary General. For the tellers, we have selected 4 great comrades of ours that I would like to invite to stand up so that members of the Congress can identify them. It is Tero Šemeka from SDP Finland. Tero, in all his beauty. Neva Grasic from SD Slovenia. Neva? We saw her, so she's around for sure. Sofia Mali Stage, which is our Secretary General of the Young European Socialists. Sophie, here she is. And then Dulcis in Fundo, and this you really have to forgive me, but I'm doing my best to make it right, is our International Secretary of the PFDA, Thies, who is in the Veld. Was it that disastrous? Sorry it is. You know we like you a lot. So these are the foretellers, and so you know who will be taking care of our internal democratic functioning. Now, as I said, besides restructuring our internal rules, and this is what the statutes are meant for, we are also a growing family. We are attracting new players to join our movement, and we are extremely proud of it. But sometimes we also have to take unpleasant decisions when we understand and realize that political players that have been part of our family diverge, take a different course, and show repeatedly not to be respectful any longer of our common political values. We have decided a few months ago, in a presidency decision, to terminate the observer membership of the Georgian Dream Party. You know all the reasons that were behind this decision. The decision was taken unanimously by the presidency. As it is an expulsion, a termination of membership, this has to be also somehow ratified by the Congress. And here again, I'm not going to ask for an acclamation because there is nothing to cheer about. But if nobody is against, I would consider this decision to be taken, ratified, and close this chapter of our relationship with Georgian Dream. I see no opposition, so we proceed. We are also losing another observer member, but this is not because they were diverging from our values. This is because in a show of unity, so it is positive, this party has decided to join forces with another member party of the Party of European Socialists. I'm talking about Articolo 1, who is de facto not functioning anymore as a national political party in Italy and rejoining the Italian Partito Democratico. This is what we like to see happening, center-left political forces joining forces and be together. This, I think, we can approve with an applause. And now let's come to another section, which is the most encouraging one, and it is in relation to the new members that are applying either to change their status inside our family or to join ex novo. I would begin with DK Hungary, which is today an associate member party of PES, and that has expressed the wish to become a full member of our family. It is therefore my pleasure to introduce to you the leader of DK, Ferenc Gyurcsany, for shortly addressing the Congress. Welcome.
3 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. Many thanks for being invited and giving the floor. Although Giacomo mentioned that this is the most boring part of this Congress, but in this very special case, I am happy to be a very bored guy. As a new guy in a camp, I have to be polite and probably very short. I try to be. My task, introducing ourselves, but perhaps instead of sharing a very official CV of us with you, let me tell you a couple of remarks, very shortly. The first one, a very exciting American scientist, not European one, mentioned a very important sentence for us, saying that, being very precise, the nation state has become too small for big problems of life, but too big for the small problems. I am citing this sentence because it's very close what we, the Democratic Coalition, believes about our duty, on the one hand, being more universal, thinking more globally, on the other hand, stepping closer to the people. Second remark, for long we believed that we achieved the adequate equality in terms of economy, socially, and so on. I just would like to call our intention to the fact that in the last couple of years, or at least in the last decade, the social and economic inequalities dramatically increased. This is the time, wake up. We need much braver intervening into the economic and social processes, offering the people and the better and more equal life, braver than we've done so far. And my third and last remark, there are new challenges. We know the old ones. According to many, I'm talking about human beings, we are creating a new species by artificial intelligence. We do not know whether it's he, she, it will be a friend or will be our enemy or rival. I would like to tell you that in this special case, sooner is better as always. We need to work together to handle this new opportunity and this new challenge which is presented by the artificial intelligence. And as a new challenge, I know that a lot of debates was caused and opened by the 50 points of build. I don't want to open it, just telling to you that we have to discuss sooner or later whether do we have a right, and if we have, which kind of right do we have to preserve our collective and individual identity, culture, and in which way we can coincide with our obligation to be a friend of everybody and to take responsibility for everybody, to remain human being. This is one of the most complicated duties of our party family. I would like to encourage you to accept our application. I can tell you that we will be stronger as a Hungarian opposition, the pro-European Hungarian opposition. We will be stronger together with you, being with you, and I hope you will be stronger together with us. Thank you.
Can we consider the applause a decision by acclamation, and therefore we ratify the decision taken by the presidency to elevate from associate member to full member DK Hungary? Yes, we can. Thank you very much. Let's go then for our second application, which comes from the party of Vete Vendosje from Kosovo. And it is a very big pleasure to host and to welcome here on stage our friend Albin Kurti, the chairman of the party.
Dear President of the Party of European Socialists, Mr. Stefan Löfven, dear members of the Party of European Socialist leadership, heads and representatives of the European sister parties, dear Giacomo, dear Irace, I express my pleasure to be among you in this ancient multicultural city of Málaga, which has faced so many challenges throughout a 1,000-year history and has learned so much from the world, starting with a genuine culture of coexistence and non-discrimination between people. It is also an honor to be here in front of you and to express on behalf of the self-determination movement of Kosovo my gratefulness that you have accepted the party I lead among the family of the Party of European Socialists. This admission as an observer member in a first step is from your side the demonstration of your confidence towards the effective and promising good governance of the government I lead as Prime Minister of the Republic of Kosovo. This trust inspires a collective commitment from me, my party and my government. I assure you that we will persist in actively demonstrating our dedication to implementing social democratic principles. We aim to show that democratic progress and good governance yield social and economic dividends. Through an unwavering dedication to the rule of law and a determined fight against corruption and organized crime, we are creating unprecedented opportunities for new priorities: social justice and equality, employment and redistributive policies in Kosovo, benefiting the entire population, leaving no one behind. These actions address what were previously non-existing priorities before we arrived in power over 2.5 years ago. I will not repeat here what I wrote once to PES in September and what I said afterwards online in front of your leadership on October 12th during the meeting of the presidency. You know already that all international indexes of reference for the quality of our young democracy, the level of civil liberties and political rights, freedom of media, progress in rule of law, have confirmed the positive trend of our path, as it was again confirmed this week for a second year in a row by the annual country report by the European Commission. According to the report, Kosovo has shown the largest increase in its grade, improving its level of preparation in 5 negotiating chapters. Other notable mentions are a 34% increase in employment, the adoption of laws on political party financing and general elections, and alignment with the European Union and United States sanctions against Russia and Belarus. The justice sector has established a commercial court for intellectual property rights, strengthened asset recovery with a new confiscation fund concept, and progressed in anti-corruption legislation implementation. The economy has seen growth, a reduction in the informal sector, and advancements in internal market chapters, with Kosovo recording the highest preparedness rating in the Western Balkans, according to independent evaluators. Despite the challenges, including our inherent fragilities, in front of the 3 successive global crises we were all hit by, the pandemic, energy and inflation crisis, our budget will continue to increase next year by reaching a new record, while for the first time the GDP is overpassing the 10 billion euros, marking almost 50% GDP increase in the last 4 years. But instead of listing to you our achievements in the economic development, social welfare and democratic progress, I would like to take the opportunity of being among you, dear comrades, to share my thoughts about the global situation. This Congress is taking place in order to prepare the upcoming European elections set for June 9th, 2024. In the 21st century, the international and European context has never been more worrisome. We are living in challenging times and tragic events, including Russia's relentless aggression in Ukraine, the displacement of Armenians from Nagorno-Karabakh, and the conflict in Israel and Gaza Strip. The latter has just reached a month, resulting in an alarming number of casualties, pain and suffering. Certainly, all these resurgences of war place the world in front of an unprecedented danger of derailment towards the darkest aspects of humanity. In the meantime, as you know, closer to the European Union, another act of aggression took place. It occurred on 24th of September in Kosovo, when my country was attacked on its soil in the northern part of the territory by a well-armed group of paramilitary terrorists who had been trained, equipped and financed by our northern neighbor, a fact that has been proven by undeniable series of evidence found after the attack. A police officer from Kosovo police was killed and 2 others were wounded. Thanks to the exemplary professionalism of our police special units, Kosovo has succeeded to defeat and push away the terrorists by proportionally answering in order to avoid an uncontrolled escalation, which was the goal of the Belgrade-controlled criminal paramilitary group. This terrorist assault proves that today there are forces aiming to provoke armed conflicts and wars, to undermine the democratic authority and credibility, to ruin all stabilization and security parameters and acquis of peace, to redesign the borders and impose new rules of order. We, representatives of the left and center-left forces in Europe, we recall history and we are far from being naive. European history has always proven that we are in the forefront for fighting against all extremisms, for promoting peace and human rights even when violence, racism, anti-Semitism and Islamophobia seem to be gaining ground and minds. I remain optimistic that we can strengthen our unity in order to change the course of these events. For instance, Kosovo, confronted with a challenge to normalize its relations with Serbia under the EU mediation, I can assure you I take my part of responsibilities for long-term stability and sustainable peace in the Western Balkans. Here, I take the opportunity to praise the S&D Group for its leadership on the resolution adopted by the European Parliament on October 19th. It was the clearer text ever produced by politics on the attacks of 24th of September. Let me express my hope that, alike Malaga, which is nicknamed by history Siempre Denodada, always audacious, let PES and S&D forces be audacious as well for the sake of Europe in June 2024. Alike another sentence for Malaga, historically confronted to the turmoil of violent history, La primera en el peligro de la libertad, the first in front of the danger for the freedom. Let Party of European Socialists, Socialists and Democrats and all our parties be at the forefront against those internal and external forces actively undermining our democracies and fundamental rights and liberties. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias for your attention and your confidence.
And again, can I consider that the applause means that we are ratifying the observer membership of Bete Mendoza? I think I can. So now we have 2 last members that have asked to become observer members of our family. They come from the same country. They also have similar names, but they are 2 different parties. They're going to be speaking one by one as all the others, but since they come from the same country, and it is a special country, I would like to address them together. We are talking about Ramada and Narodnaya Ramada from Belarus. Now, you know how difficult it is to be an opposition party in that specific country. And I think that they have shown a lot of courage and determination to, first of all, apply for membership in our family and to come here all the way, showing their face, knowing that there can be consequences for them in their own land. I would like the Congress to really applaud Hanna Kanius and Yauheni Vilski. It will be first Hanna Kanius from Hamada to take the floor.
Dear friends, dear comrades, today I have a special opportunity to represent the Belarusian Social Democratic Party Gramada in this Congress of the Party of European Socialists. After the 32 years which passed since establishment of our party, today we are enjoyed the status of observer member of to peace, and we are enormously glad and grateful because of it. The БСП is a classic social democratic party. We are against the war in the Ukraine, and we support the European perspective for Belarus. This year, the Belarusian social democracy celebrates 120 years. Belarusian social democrats were in main force behind the establishment of the Belarusian Democratic Republic in 1918, which declared the independence of Belarus and sought to create a democratic and social republic. In 1991, we reestablished the Social Democratic Party to make Belarus a democratic state. Till now, we have continued fighting for democracy in Belarus with the authoritarian role for Alexander Lukashenko. After presidential election 2020, the Belarusian Social Democrats were also under repression. 70 party members were jailed, 8 of them still in the prison. More than 100 leaders and activists left the country. Lukashenko regime has destroyed the private political system in Belarus. All democratic political parties, including the PSDP, were closed 2 months ago, from around the parliament election. Independent trade union, hundreds of NGOs, independent media were closed too. About 2,000 activists still stay in the prison. About 500,000 of Belarus left the country. But it is not the end. With the help of your solidarity, with the help of our party members, we have continued our activities and we struggle for a democratic future of Belarus. We would like everyone to know Belarus for Europe is not a grey zone. Belarus for Europe is a virtual security-built country. Without Belarus, Europe does not have final political construction. Belarus is not Russia, and the Belarusian political regime and the Belarusian people are not the same. Belarus is and should be part of European history and European family. Thank you very much for this opportunity to be here. We hope to be a part of the big social democratic family. We hope that our membership in PES will be an important contribution of European future of Belarus. Thank you.
As before, we do consider Ramadan to be an integral part of our family as an observer now, right? We do. And now we invite Yahuni Bilski from Ramadan Narodnaya. There will be an interpreter with him. You have, yeah. There you go.
Шановные сябры,
Dear friends,
шановный Стефан,
dear comrades,
спасибо за возможность находиться здесь.
Thank you for the opportunity for us to be here today.
Мы счастливы присоединиться к семье социал-демократических партий.
We are happy to join the family of social democratic parties.
Народная громада долго шла к этому признанию.
Narodnaya Hramada, which is People's Fellowship in Belarusian, has been doing a long way to this recognition.
Партия «Народная громада» всегда была одной из самых активных в Беларуси.
Narodnaya Hramada party has always been one of the most active in Belarus.
Мы всегда были в авангарде протеста против режима Лукашенко и Путина.
We have always been on the forefront of the protest against Lukashenko's regime and his chief, the Russian dictator Putin.
Партия преследуется режимом Лукашенко с 2005 года.
The party has been strongly persecuted by the regime since 2005, when we were void of registration.
Лидер партии Николай Статкевич – личный враг Лукашенко.
The party's leader, Mikhail Statkevich, is the personal enemy of Lukashenko.
Он единственный из всех политических белорусов осужден на особый режим заключения.
He is the only one of the Belarusian political prisoners who has been sentenced to a rigid regime prison for 14 years.
Он находится в камере одиночки самой суровой тюрьмы Беларуси.
He is kept in a solitary confinement cell in one of the most fierce prisons in Belarus.
Мы ничего не знаем о нем более 9 месяцев, даже то, жив ли он сейчас.
We have had no news whatsoever about him for 9 months now, whether he is alive at all.
За решеткой генеральный секретарь партии и многие активисты.
Our party's general secretary and a number of activists are in prison as well.
Член партии Климович умер в тюрьме от сердечной недостаточности, без доступа к лекарствам.
One of our party members, Klimovich, died in prison earlier this year because of a heart attack because he had no access to medical medication.
Поэтому ваша поддержка нам бесконечно важна.
This is why your support is drastically important to us.
Пользуясь случаем, хочу пригласить представителей социал-демократических партий на организуемую нами конференцию в декабре этого года в Вильнюсе.
Let me take this occasion to invite you, members of social democratic parties, to a conference we are arranging this December in Vilnius, Lithuania, where we are now based.
120 лет белорусской социал-демократии.
This is to mark the 120 years of Belarusian social democracy.
Цель конференции – показать, что история Беларуси начиналась не с Лукашенко, как сейчас трубит пропаганда режима.
With this conference, we aim to show that the history of Belarus did not begin with the reign of Lukashenko, as his propaganda is trumpeting now.
А левое движение в Беларуси зародилось давно.
The left-wing movement in Belarus was born long ago.
Всегда было в центре истории и имеет хорошие перспективы для участия в возрождении страны после уничтожения режима.
And it has been always in the center of the country's history development, and we have very good prospects as to participation to the revival of the country after the dictatorial regime of Lukashenko is destroyed.
Участие в конференции покажет миру поддержку и солидарность белорусской социал-демократии, силу левого движения в Беларуси.
If you participate in this conference, it will show the world the support and the solidarity with Belarusian social democrats and the strength of the left-wing movement in Belarus.
Мы не изменим нашу страну без вашей поддержки.
We will not change our country without your support.
А Европа не будет в безопасности без нашей страны.
And Europe will not be saved without a safe, democratic Belarus.
Еще раз спасибо за возможность стать частью PES.
Once again, we thank you for letting us be part of PES.
Мы желаем успешной работы Конгрессу на пользу прогрессивной демократической Европы.
We wish this Congress, this event, to be a huge success for the progressive and democratic Europe.
Живе Беларусь!
Long live Belarus!
Живе Европа!
Long live Europe!
Живе PES!
Long live PES! Thank you.
So can we consider that both parties, Ramada and Narodnaya Ramada, will become observer member of PES? Yes, we can. Welcome. Last party to apply is the Party of Freedom and Justice from Serbia. And I'm very happy to invite the chairman of the party, Dragan Dilaš, to come on stage.
Dear friends and colleagues, first I have to say that I expect the biggest applause because my speech is the shortest today. I'd like to thank you for your support and for acceptance of our application for membership in our organization of the shared values and dreams of a better and stronger Europe. Party of Freedom and Justice from Serbia is the leading opposition party in our country and strong support of the European path for our people and the whole of the region. We accept this great honor as an additional motive to continue with the struggle for just, democratic and European Serbia and the whole Balkans. New democratic Serbia is emerging and it's ready to take its place among the free nations of our continent. We don't believe that our bilateral problems and conflicts should be presented here, and I will not answer on those remarks. Democracy and dialogue are the only way forward, no divisions, violence and unilateral actions. The key word for us, the key word for the Balkan is reconciliation. Our party is bringing determination and a readiness to build safe, peaceful, democratic and European Serbia as a linchpin of the region. For democracy, freedom and justice. Por los europeos juntos, adelante.
That was indeed the shortest, so we can swiftly approve their membership requests to become observer. Yes, we can. Now, this section is about to be over. Another couple of information. I would like to show on the video the names of the new presidency members that you as a Congress will have to vote at the end of the afternoon session. Here they are. Each member party presented their representative in the presidency, so they will be constituting the presidency for the next mandate. And the very first meeting of this presidency will take place as soon as we finish the afternoon session of the Congress. So as it's over, be ready. We go back to the presidency room where we were just before lunch. Another announcement that is very important is that as of now, until 4:30, the voting procedure for the president of the Party of European Socialists is open. So please go to the ballots, which are there, if I'm not wrong, and present your voting. Moving on, it is my enormous personal and political pleasure to invite on stage the Secretary General of PES and also Chair of the Congress, Achim Post, for the activity annual report of our party. Achim. You will, no, okay, then it's not only Achim, sorry. It is also Irache Garcia, who will also present the report from the S&D Group. So Achim and Irache. I thought it was only you. I thought you were calling
Yeah, no, sure. Good afternoon, dear colleagues, dear Stefan, dear commissioners, members of the Spanish Parliament. and members of the Spanish government, thank you for joining us this crucial Congress of the Party of European Socialists in the wonderful city of Malaga. Firstly, I would like to thank you all for your leadership. Thank you for always working in service of our values, the values that allow us to build a fair, more equal and more sustainable European Union. We know that social democracy is a profoundly pro-European force. And we are pro-European because the European project is a reality that unites our citizens, women and men, from the oldest to the youngest, and because this project has made our countries some of the most prosperous and advanced in the world. We stand where we stand thanks to the European project. What we now call the European Union has been our gateway to progress. It has strengthened our democracies, and it continues to be, without doubt, the path that will lead us to a better future. Looking back on the time in which I have had the honor of leading the Social Democratic Group in the European Parliament, a lot has happened. We were still dealing with the consequences of the financial crisis when Brexit happened. Not long after that, we faced a brutal pandemic unlike anything we had faced in a century. And just when we were beginning to see the light at the end of the tunnel, war broke out our borders, resulting in the largest number of refugees persons since the Second World War. Friends, in the period we have come through during this term, social democracy has played a transformative role on a scale not seen in recent decades. Together, we have made a crucial contribution, responding to the great challenges of our time, while at the same time giving a more human face to the European Union. Because together, we have managed to protect the working and middle classes by putting an end to the policies of austerity imposed by the right during the financial crisis. When the pandemic hit, we responded with a strong defense of our public service and by adopting Next Generation EU plan. In the midst of the system threat that climate change poses, we made sure the von der Leyen Commission accepted the Green Deal as an indispensable tool for making the ecological transition a reality. While the rule of law has been under attack by far-right governments, we have created the conditionality mechanism to safeguard the values that lie at the heart of the European Union. When the future of our children and young people and of the working and middle classes was at risk, we built the social pillar with the child guarantee, the youth guarantee, minimum wages, the reduction of the gender pay gap, and by making sure there are women on company boards. When the rights of women and minorities has been under threat, we have responded with more equality and doing our efforts to end gender-based violence. In the face of the ongoing tragedy in the Mediterranean, we have proposed a new pact of migration to save lives and treat migration as a part of the solution, no part of the problem. Now that Putin's war against Ukraine has brought back our continent worst nightmares, we have joined together to stand up to the brute force of the aggressor. We demanded the implementation of the Temporary Protection Directive to welcome Ukrainians fleeing death and horror. We gave communities the resources they need to alleviate the social and economic consequences of the war. And we have led the fight for our union's energy independence. The Iberian solution, our strong push for renewable energies and the use of new technologies such as green hydrogen, the cap of electricity prices, and the tax of the windfall profits of major energy companies. These are all landmarks that we achieved that bear the stamp of the Social Democrats and that one seems impossible during the ecological transition. Friends, Social Democrats saw its transformative potential when Social Democrats stand united. And today, we are more united than ever. We know that there are many challenges ahead. So with this in mind, I will continue to lead the Social Democrat group with gratitude and humility, but also with ambition, the firm ambition to ensure our group is an instrument to change people's lives for a better and to bring the European project even closer to citizens. One of our main priorities must be the reindustrialization in order to guarantee open strategic autonomy. Today, geopolitical change and the digital and ecological transition give us the opportunity to recover lost industries and create new ones in important areas.
And together with reindustrialization, we need to continue advancing in the ecological transition. We need to deal with the consequences of climate change. This is a moral obligation to all of us. We need to continue stimulating the electricity markets to reduce our dependencies and to reduce the prices of energy. And when facing the negationism that we have in the extreme rights, we will continue reinforcing laws for good quality of air and to protect nature, because we want to continue to lead the fight against climate change. And we need to guarantee social welfare in order to deal with hyperinflation, with projects for decent living conditions for all. Public housing as a right, quality of employment, banning jobs that are not being unpaid jobs, ending the situation for all of those that do not have a home needs to become a reality towards 2030. We need to protect women that are affected by gender violence. It is now time to give another step ahead, continue stepping ahead in order to include violence against women as a crime, as a Europe crime, and have definitions for abuses or rape. Our fight for social justice will never give up. We want to improve the lives of people and contribute to the rest of the world. We cannot afford to be complacent. We need to reinforce our unity, the unity of the European Union, to define a new international order now that war has come back to the Middle East. The European Union, as exporter of peace, has the responsibility to act in a joint manner for a peaceful solution for Israelis and Palestinians. We need to have swift procedures, decision-taking procedures for qualified majorities, continue to support Ukraine and any countries that want to join their destiny with that of the European Union. It is true that the peoples of Europe are very different, but at the same time, we are one people that share the same values and aspirations. And now that we're facing so many challenges, we need to resolve new challenges that will determine the future of Europe. The Pact for Migration and Asylum, for many that are trying to find a better future in our territory. Tax capacities in order to face future crises. a good revision of the EMFF. We know that the benefits, the profits gained by companies has not always contributed to reducing inequalities and the conditions for citizens. Undoubtedly, our economy needs to be competitive, but it could be more fair and show more solidarity towards all of us. Dear President, this is the Social Democrat family. We want to work hand in hand in order to carry out these transitions and face these common challenges. The alliance between the rights and the extreme rights is representing the failure of a project that was based inwards. We cannot step back. We live in the European Union, a project that builds the best future for our rights and our citizens. We will continue on an open union, a union that is open to and proud of diversity, that defends rule of law, that is in favor of social justice and fights against climate change. A European Union where the technology and the knowledge of our societies are paving the path towards the future. 70 years ago, Europe dreamt of its best future, and it became a reality. Today, in Malaga, we live that dream. Let's continue making it a reality. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Irache. Irache Garcia, the leader of the S&D group in the European Parliament. It's your applause. Yeah, you can improve. So, my first sentence is, I can underline all objectives Irache just said, and I guess all of us can. Number two, next year we will have two big events in June, starting in June. One, that's obvious, European elections. The other one, in football, European championships. What is the difference? The difference is, when I look to my country, I hope it's better in all other countries. Everybody is knowing in Germany, if there's a final and the Germans are theoretically in, which I would prefer, but I don't want to have a solution and a resolution on that, then everybody is knowing if there's a penalty shooting, that there is something at stake. My question to all of us, is every European knowing that there's something at stake in the beginning of June when we have the European elections? In my countries, I guess we have I have a lot of space for improvement. And therefore, the main topic for us, after having seen all these activity reports, the main topic is a lot done and a lot to do. Because if we want to win these European elections, and Irache and all members of the European Parliament, we trust on you and you can trust on us. PES will do everything that we will win the next European elections. But if we want to do so, we have to make clear what our priorities are. Stefan Löfven just said some of them. And we have to stick to these priorities. And it's about the life of normal people. I will tell you at this stage, very short, there was a big survey of Friedrich Ebert Foundation between people between 16 and 30 in Germany, between 16 and 30, so the younger generation. The question was, what are the main topics for you, personally? And the answer for me was, in a way, surprising, because I thought it is climate change and Ukraine. The answer was housing and pensions. Why? In Germany, the younger ones are knowing that the housing system is not working, and they are fearing that the pension system is not working anymore when they are in the pension age. So the main topic is, I want to underline what Stefan said, we have to stick to our priorities, then we will win. And dear comrades, dear guests, dear hosts from Spain and PSOE, we will do it together, S&D Group and PES and all the family inside. We will do it and we will win. Thanks.
Thank you, Irache, and thank you, Achim, our Secretary General, and Irache, the leader of the S&D Group, for your inspiring and mobilizing speech for the European election, but also for the report. It was just a short year of work since we met in Berlin, but as we saw, lots of work and lots of achievement. And I'm very pleased to be here with you now as a follow-up of this afternoon. I'm glad to be with Rosa Balas from PSOE, and we will be the moderator of the future part of the program, where we will be in conversation with many leaders from all levels, from everywhere in Europe, that has joined us this afternoon. And the first conversation that we will have will be about leading the just transition. And so I'm glad to welcome here on stage the first speakers with us, and that will be Maroš Šefčovič, European Commission Executive Vice President for the European Green Deal, Teresa Ribera, Third Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Ecological Transition and the Demographic Challenge from PSOE, Pecha Grbin, the leader of the Social Democratic Party of Croatia, Nasima Razmiar, the first Vice President and member of the Finnish Parliament from the Social Democratic Party of Finland, and then, last but not least, Enrique López Cruzado, the new President of the European Union Socialists. Welcome. Very glad to be with you this afternoon, and my name is Yonek Pole from the Secretariat of the PES. And let's start with you, Maroš, with the first question. What measure do you think we should take to make Europe more sustainable?
Thank you very much, Yonek. I think that the answer is actually quite simple: to push forward and to power on. What I mean by that is the fact that we have actually the most advanced, most ambitious sustainability plan in the world. It's called Green Deal, and our leaders already touched upon that in their introductory speeches. And I would like to thank Socialists and Democrats for working very hard on making sure that the Green Deal and its framework is approved. So what we have to do now is to make sure that that framework, these new rules and these new approaches will actually bring to reality. We have to make Green Deal reality on the ground, to transform our societies, to make our cities more livable, our air cleaner, but also to create new high-value jobs, to make sure that we do it in a socially fair way, and also to modernize our economy and build lots of clean tech, green tech, super competitive companies in Europe. Because in this way, we will show that this is possible, that we develop the system by which we can actually showcase an example and lead the world in tackling climate change.
Thank you. Muchas gracias. Buenas tardes.
Well, thank you very much and good afternoon, dear Teresa, dear ministers. I've just arrived from Brussels and I'd like to congratulate you for the results of the negotiations of the nature restoration law. My question is how to guarantee that the green and digital transition becomes a fair transition. What are the measures that we need in order to cover any socioeconomic gaps?
Very important question, but allow me to start with a very relevant statement. What we are facing is not just a question of how we can face side effects of the climate change or side effects of the digital transformation. It is a truly shortcoming of our development model that needs to be addressed. So we need to think in a different manner. What does it mean becoming digital? What does it mean becoming climate proof? What sectors, what capacities, what physical impacts we may be forced to face? And who are going to be the ones to be affected? And what is the type of divides, gaps that may
become larger in case we do not identify the opportunities and the requirements to build alternative options for people. Así que tenemos que pensar prácticamente en todo. No
We
se
need to
trata
think
de un
in practical
elemento colateral
terms,
pequeño, se trata de una
not
transformación
just
tan profunda.
collateral
Tenemos
damages.
que anticipar quiénes
This
pueden verse afectados,
transformation
quiénes
is
pueden tener
all-encompassing.
miedo. And this
We
means
need
paying attention to workers, of course. Skilling and reskilling is very important, but also to consumers, and also to those communities that are vulnerable because of physical reasons, where they live, where they stand, or what type of shortcomings they may be facing in terms of access to fresh water, in terms of ensuring food, access to food, or impact on health. So I think that yes, we need to anticipate, and we need to be sure that nobody feels that this is a threat, but that everybody feels that we take care on how we can ensure justice and how we can provide opportunities.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Teresa. And now I will be turning to Pecha for your first question. And what do you think that's the measure that we should take to make sure that no one is left behind? To answer also to Teresa's points.
One of the problems with every transition is when you have to explain it to the people, especially in your own country. So I will start with one fact that determines a lot of how we can talk, how we can speak, or how we can ask for the support of the citizens of my country, which is Croatia. In my country, median salary is 1,000 euros. This means that 1/2 of the people who work in Croatia earn less than 1,000 euros. If we are talking about the pensions, then the average pension is less than 500 euros. So, when you approach to the people and start to talking about just how we need to tackle the climate crisis, how we need to start a digital transition, this doesn't mean anything to them. So, the very, very important thing is how we can connect all of these great stuffs we as the European Union and member states have to do with the ordinary people. They just don't understand it. They just don't understand it. For example, Croatia, while approaching the European Union, has seen a lot of the mother companies from EU dumping their old equipment in Croatia. One of the great parts of European Green New Deal is the energy transition, which provides money for the companies to invest in new equipment to be more energy efficient. But we can explain this to the people and to the companies as well, that this new equipment is not only more energy efficient, it's more efficient. It will create more productivity and it will bring greater salaries to the companies who use these funds. This is just one of the examples. But the other example, and this is to connect with the part of the question when you ask me how not to leave anyone behind. We need to create improvements in our tax system, and especially in income taxes. We need to change them, to adapt them, in the way that those companies which will use more of their income to provide greener energy, greener products, will pay less taxes. But not only those companies that pay higher salaries as well. But on the other hand, to those who exploit, and we here see it in energy sector, banking sector, retail sector, they need to be punished with the taxes on extra profit. By doing this, we will approach all of our policies to the people, and then they will see that they're getting something from all the great words we are using and saying.
Thank you very much. And dear Nassima, yes, dear Nassima, as we can see and hear also every day, the far right is developing a very polarizing rhetoric, especially when it comes to climate change policies. How do we approach this issue?
Thank you for the question, and once again, it's great to be here. This is my first time, so great to be with our Social Democrat family here from Finland. But I would say that it's still very important for us to look at the bigger scale and to understand why we are doing these measures, why we need to stop the climate change, why we need to stop loss of biodiversity. The child that born today will live in the year 2100. And this is the perspective that we need to remind ourselves. But when it comes to populist parties, especially from the climate perspective, I think the most important thing that we need to do is to keep everybody involved, to have all social groups be involved. Try to listen, try to have a dialogue in different levels, not only in the state level, but also in a very, very grassroots level, in the city level. And I do also believe that to understand what kind of fear people do have, fear about your income, fear about your future, fear about your life. And when we are trying to understand people about their fears, I think it's also the way to build the dialogue with them as well. But at the same time, I believe that it's not only important that politicians are talking. We do have the target, we know what we need to do, but I think it's extremely important that we do have experts also talking about green transition and about all the needs and especially all the benefits that we can have through green transition. As we all know, as a Social Democrats, we all know that this is the right thing to do. But at the same time, I do think that in our political discussion, we need to bring more economic impact, because this is also the way that we can take things forward, not only in our state level, but also in the European level. So I believe that people want to have bright future, they want to have solutions, they don't want to have fear. So this is our responsibility to give those answers, and instead populist parties who are, of course, using the situation in a really, really wrong way.
Thank you. Thank you, Nashima.
Thank you. And now I'm turning to Enric, and congratulations again for your very recent election as president of YES. And as president of the youth, my question would be, as a youth organization, as youth, what do you think should be at the center for the next European election?
Thank you very much. It's really a privilege to be here with representing the voice of young people and the young voices of our parties. A lot of years being in that side and being here to express the questions, the doubts of the young people is something that it's really powerful. So I'm really thankful for that. And the fundamental cause that we want to see at the heart of our strategy for the next European elections is fighting climate change, because we want more ambition, as climate change will soon become the main source of global inequality. You know that it affects very disproportionately those countries in the global south, but also it affects disproportionately the people that are at the bottom quintiles of our society. That is why fighting climate change is the ultimate socialist cause, and we need, as a political family, to have a strong ambition in our program in the next European election. But we also have other issues that we want to see there as a priority. One of them is mental health, which is the pandemic of our generation. And we need to see institutions putting more ambition, putting more resources, and to do their part to protect the mental health of the European youth, especially after the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. Another priority is, of course, housing. We already have discussed about it, but we need extraordinary efforts to put housing at the core of youth policy. We already have competences in topics that are related to housing, but we want to go beyond, and we want to have an extraordinary mechanism to promote the building of social and affordable housing for our youth and to tackle this housing emergency. And we also have petitions ahead of the European elections, as you know. We need to improve democratic participation, and in this regard, we need to include young people into decision-making processes, and that goes through necessarily including people who are 16 and 17-year-old in the democratic processes. That is why we in the Young European Socialists call to all our member parties and all our member and sister organizations to defend and to include lowering voting age to 16 years old in the next European elections, just as already 5 countries have in Europe.
Thank you, Enrique. And now we continue with this panel, asking the Commissioner, dear Marcos, what do you think are the biggest future European challenges and opportunities?
Thank you very much for that question, because it's indeed very, very relevant. I think that the biggest challenge actually is, and I would borrow the expression from my good friend and colleague from the Commission, Nicolas Schmit, to make sure that we would indeed deliver on climate social justice to all Europeans, but that we would do our utmost to make sure that also our global efforts would be fair, would be just, and that we would also help the developing countries to face up to this challenge of the climate change. And we have to do it in a European way, which the Socialists and Democrats are always pushing for, to make sure that not only no one is left behind, but that we will look for the ways how we can push everyone forward. And what would be the opportunities? I think opportunities are, from the first moment, very, very obvious. First and foremost, we will save a livable planet for our children, for the next generation. At the same time, we should use this opportunity to modernize our society, to modernize our economy, and to develop something which I would call sustainable prosperity in Europe, because it would be extremely important in the future. And we can achieve that through our lead in technologies of the future, and showcase these examples also to other parts in the world. So I would say that that's the vision worth to fight for, isn't it? But of course, to get there, we have to do a lot of policies right, and we also have to be ready to defend our model of living, our model of societal justice, but also our industry, our economy, and simply to be more assertive also on the global level, not only to push for climate justice, to push for progressive policies, but also to be very clear that we are ready to fight for our economy, to fight for our industry, because we want that European companies would not be only best in the world, but they would stay in Europe, they would prosper in Europe, and this is what we have to achieve jointly. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Maros, and I'm turning to Deputy Prime Minister from Spain, and your country has the EU presidency for the moment, and it's not over yet. But what would you say is your biggest success or achievement during this presidency?
Thank you so much. I would like to say that I feel really proud of being here with you, to belong to this very nice family that understands that staying with no action is a political act. And we have too many challenges to stay without moving. I think that it is very important to understand that if we do what we know we have to do, if we pay attention to the social concerns of people that feel the menace, the threats, but also are willing to build a prosperous future, to build hope, we can play a very relevant role. And we have gone through a very difficult time. We went through the COVID, to the energy crisis. There could be good reasons why others could be asking for stopping action, going back home, not spending more, not being solidar with others. But we knew that we had to be brave. And I feel very honored to be part of a government with a prime minister that knows that we need to be brave when there is a need to act strong against injustice and suffering. And it's not always so easy. You hear about those fooling people against action or asking to keep the status quo, and keeping the status quo is not a good way forward because we have much to do. So we have done a lot already. We knew that to respond to the energy crisis, we already had a good response because we had already assessed and decided that we needed to build a Green New Deal and the energy transition in our countries. To respond to the loss of biodiversity, we needed to avoid the social impacts of unhealthy ecosystems through the restoration of ecosystems. We knew that we had to provide a safe future for farmers, a safe future for people willing to access to food or to water. So we back not only the electricity market design reform, but the natural restoration regulation, or very recently, the need to invest on health, air quality as a must for everybody. We need to make the value chains that provide services, industrial innovations, and skills and works. So building in Europe, this notion of strategic autonomy that can allow us to build partnerships with third countries, but also to invest in our youth. It's very important. And we have a beautiful mandate to try to do our best to fight for multilateralism and for climate justice worldwide in a few weeks in the COP28. So we still have much to do in this field, but the best thing is to stay firm, understand that we need everybody on board, so to explain as much as possible why it is worth it to fight for these causes, and stay united. We can do a lot, and that's what it consists on, our presidency in the European Union.
Thank you very much, querida Teresa. Peter, my last question for you is, being from a country with such extraordinary nature, how important is the protection of nature and the biodiversity for future generations?
Thank you for your question, but before that, I have to say something to our comrades from Spain. The way the Spain was led in the last 6 years was inspiration for all of us. And when now you mention that not acting is action in itself, I really have to commend all the things you have done, and we plan to copy as soon we gain the support of people in our countries, such, for example, as tax on the rich people in Spain. Some wear dresses and say tax the rich, and there are some who actually do it. And for that, I really, really, really congratulate you. But let's get back to the question. My country is one of the countries of the European Union that has the largest part of its area covered by some sort of protection. Included in Natura 2000 and other national measures of protection is almost 40% of Croatian land area and additional 10% of our sea. So this means that we have taken the protection of our environment very seriously, and this is very important not just for us, but it's sort of a legacy. But also for the people who live in our countries, this is a sort of relief. You know, when your economical situation is such harsh, as I mentioned before, people really need a place where they can go and enjoy yourself in a natural, untouched habitat. But having area under some sort of political protection is not enough, because we need protection in all the other areas, especially when it comes to food safety. It's not only about the pesticides that go to those naturally protected areas and then they hurt some plants or animals that we want to keep as our heritage and legacy. But it is also the pesticides that go into food and poison ourselves and the future generation. So having protected areas is extremely important, but having measures to protect those areas and our people outside is even more important. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peja, and I'm turning to Nassima on a second question. Your country, Finland, is committed to become climate neutral by 2035. So could you tell us what is the way forward and how Finland will achieve that target? Thank you.
So yes, we have to go a little bit back because when we are talking about our target and our aim, we have to talk about former Prime Minister Antti Rinne and Sanna Marin and how we, as a Social Democrats, we lead the country. And I'm truly happy and proud that we were the party and we were the government that actually had the aim to be carbon neutrality by 2035. At the time, we thought that it's quite ambitious. It truly is ambitious. But when the government set up the goal, you know what happened? Cities wanted to be even more ambitious. Companies wanted to be even more ambitious. I was at the time myself as a deputy mayor in the city of Helsinki, and we wanted to put our goal 5 years earlier, so in Helsinki's 2030. So this is an example of what government and state can do. But unfortunately, the climate has truly changed in Finland right now. As you all know, we have right-wing government who still have the number. We do still have the number 2035, but it really doesn't mean anything if you have the number, but you don't have the measures and you don't have the ambitions and commitment to do the right things to be able to reach our goal. So unfortunately, the government right now believes on voluntary commitments and thinks that, well, technology will care of this, companies will care of this, and this is not enough in the situation that we are having where we truly need the state government's commitment. So I would say that it's not enough that we have the wishful thinking, which is the case right now in Finland, unfortunately. And my answer would be that, of course, we need Social Democrats back to the government. So this is where we can truly go to our target and to our aim. But then on the other hand, as we all know, next elections will be in 3.5 years, and every year is too much when we are talking about our goals to 2035. So I believe that we are losing too many years in between the election, when hopefully after next election, Social Democrats will be the biggest party, and then we can achieve more with the, of course, with the aims and with the beliefs that we have through climate change and through carbon neutrality.
Thank you, Nassima. Thank you very much. Querido, thank you very much. Querido Enrique, en primer lugar.
Dear Enrique, first of all, let me congratulate you for your recent election. We're very, very lucky having you. And of course, we're here for everything or anything you need. But the main aim of the Green Deal is to guarantee a sustainable future for the coming generations. And in this regard, I would like to ask you,
you identify in the Green Deal that can ensure a sustainable future for next generation.
Muchas gracias, Rosa, y muchas gracias por...
Thank you, Rosa. Thank you so much for your kind words. We're, of course, at your disposal as well to work together on the challenges that young people face.
I think that the Green Deal poses opportunities in 3 main directions. First of all, ensuring a green revolution, changing our energetic model so we get rid of fossil fuels and we stop polluting this planet, but at the same time, developing ambitious policies to restore our planet. And the Nature Restoration Law is the best example of a law that is aimed not only at protecting our planet and our biodiversity, but also, therefore, protecting our health. In second place, ensuring a just transition, because it's very important that the burden of the necessary reforms does not fall on those who are less privileged and those who have contributed less to the climate crisis. Because if it does otherwise, it's very dangerous and extremely problematic for our democracy. And third of all, ensuring that there is a boost to our economies based on the green and digital sectors, allowing us to create well-paid and decent conditions jobs, just like the Spanish government is doing. That will be very necessary in order to also give opportunities for our youth. I believe that if we are able to follow these opportunities in these three directions, we will be constructing and building a better future for our youth. And in this regard, of course, the Young European Socialists will continue to support our partners in doing so.
Thank you, Enrique. Thank you very much, Enrique, and thank you for all this intervention, really, and thank you also for your very valued time. It was a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, all of you. I think that we can really thank you for this very interesting conversation that we have now, leading a just transition, and we will remember, we'll stay firm and we'll stay strong against injustice. I think that this is the concluding words for this panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, dear friends, our next panel today is focused on democracy. For the panel, Living Democracy Renewal, I would like to welcome on stage our next panelist, Katarina Barley. See, yes, are they? Okay, I think they are not there.
Audio.
Yes, okay. Catalina Barley, Caroline René, and Hannah Jalul, and also Sita Gourmay. Please, you can.
Yes, please, we are calling
Okay.
our next speakers to join us. Thank you, Anna.
Yes, we can. Yes, please.
You choose.
Sita, please.
Come, Zita. Join us.
You can join us.
And we are calling also Katerina Barley from the SPD, Executive Vice President of the PES, Caroline Genet, Development Minister in Belgium, and Treasurer of the PES. Zita is already here,
Yeah.
Anna as well.
Okay. No, it's okay. It's okay. Thank you.
So, I would suggest then that we start our debate, and my first question would be addressed to you, Anna. On regular migration, that is one of the key elements we just discussed about the different priorities of the Spanish presidency. Regular migration is one of them. And so what could we do to have more effective legal channels and to have a win-win situation?
Thank you very much. I'm really pleased to be here in this panel with you, and I'm very glad to be with the rest of the panelists. I was Secretary of State for Migration at the time during the pandemic, so I learned from the many experiences we had at that time, and I think we did very positive measures that I think is important to put in place here. First of all, we have been working as Spain in a very important legal framework. We have changed the main regulations of the foreigner laws, let's say. It's a very important regulation. that have make a match between the economic sectors and the skills of the migrants. It has been a very win-win situation in a country like ours, where our population grows old and we have many economic sectors that we don't have enough people to work in. So instead seeing migration as, you know, the big evil, like it's been seen in many other places, and you know that extreme right and some right parties are, you know, feeding this idea. We believe that there is a positive and advantage to have all this migration with certain skills that they can be working in certain economic sectors. So this is how we focus. We have very successful inclusion itinerary strategies in several autonomous communities. We have a very nice program, by the way, with other third countries, like with Morocco. We have this program of 16,000 women that comes every year for 6 months. They earn more money than in their countries, but then they go back to their countries because they don't want to leave their customs, their families, and it's a very nice project. These women recollect the fruits in the south of Spain in certain periods of the year, and then we encourage them to have their own business in their countries when they get back there. So this has shown for the last 10 years or more to be a very successful program. In fact, we were asked by the Commission of some of these regular migration programs. It's very important to work in countries of origin and transit, and other programs related to these migration, circular migration programs have been done in other sectors like driving, etc. Well, I think this is a very important issue we have dealt with since the government of Spain for the last 5 years. I would not like to dwell into this, but it's important to mention that during this presidency we have been working also in the crisis regulation. That is very important. And it's something that worries us a lot, you know, with all the irregular migration that we are receiving, and the solidarity and responsibility. Still, there are many issues that we need to manage with, and this was spoken in the last summit of Granada. We need to boost the Migration and Asylum Pact, and I know that right now there are a lot of work related to that in the trilogues. We have many colleagues there of the European Parliament already working, so let's see how it goes by the end of the presidency in about a month and a half, and I think we can get a very good deal on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hannah. And now we continue with the debate. And I'd like to ask to Katarina Barley. Rule of law and fundamental rights are under threat in several European states, non-European member states. What should progressives do to ensure that all European Union instruments are properly implemented and applied to those who guard the rule of law?
Now it works. Well, first of all, thank you very much for hosting this all-female panel, if we don't count Yonek as a moderator. And thank you for addressing the rule of law, because it is really one of the most pressing issues at the moment in the European Union. We have seen that under the guidance of the Conservatives, some governments have become anti-democratic, autocratic. Viktor Orban and Fidesz have been in power since 2010, and the Conservatives just watched him demolish democracy in Hungary for years. They even invited, my German colleagues, Christian Democrats, invited him every year, so they did nothing. We did something, we acted, because we saw that the instruments that the European Union has at the moment are not sufficient. And we decided to put the pressure there where these autocrats fear it the most, which is money. So we introduced 2 ways of withdrawing money from governments who do not respect the rule of law systematically. The one is through the so-called conditionality mechanism, and the other is on the Resilience and Recovery Fund. But what we see is that the Commission, again, under a Conservative leadership, is acting too little, too late, not consequent enough. They're not going after the serious violations in Hungary that we used to see in Poland. Hopefully we won't anymore with the new government, and also in other countries of the European Union. Now, if it was to the progressives alone, then we would even sharpen these weapons. Because at the moment, the Conservatives managed to water down the measures, and you can only go after the governments in certain cases. We would like to say, any time that you have governments violating the rule of law systematically, we can deprive them from European funds, because it's the only language that they understand. And I want to say something which is really very important. We also have to have a look, every one of us, at our national systems, because Hungary didn't happen from one day to the other. It evolved. So we have to be very, very much aware if our legal systems leave loopholes for growing extreme far-right forces to demolish democracy in other member states, and we have to make our own systems more resilient. So it's a two-way approach. One, to sharpen our weapons on the European level, and the other one, to make our national democracies more resilient.
Thank you so much, Katerina. Thank you. We move to Caroline, and I'd like to ask you, what role does international solidarity play in the fight for a more just and sustainable future?
Muchas gracias. And thank you
very much
for hosting us today. I'm really happy to be in Spain, not only because of the weather, because we will have another 5 more years of socialist government. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Well, international solidarity, of course, is of utmost importance for us socialists in everything that we do, because it goes to the core of what we believe in. And today, all the global challenges can have only global solutions. Whether it's climate crisis, whether it's migration, whether it's inequality, I think it's so important that we as social democrats are well aware of the fact that we can only be safe in Europe if Africa and the rest of the world is safe as well. And that's why it's so important that being and believing in solidarity, we don't only do it at home, we export it also as well. Because people can only thrive and societies can only prosper when there's a strong welfare state at the bottom and at the basis. And strong welfare states means investing in people, to beginning investing in education and in social security. And for us it's easy, because it's in everything that we do. But the same is true for fighting climate crisis. When we want our children to breathe good air, clean air in the north, in Europe, then we would have to invest in, for instance, the Congolese rainforest or the rainforest in Southern America, because that are the lungs of our planet. So it's not only a question of mere solidarity, ethics, and moral principles as socialists. Why do we invest in the rest of the world? But it's also a question of mere self-interest. And I think that's important, to tell our ordinary citizens, our people in Europe, why it's so important to invest in solidarity, in international solidarity. Because to tackle global problems, we have to invest in the global south. And that's in our main interest ourselves. So it's not difficult, because what we do at home, we export it to the rest of the world. And I think we have to find partnerships in Africa, in Latin America, because like I said before, we can only be safe, we can only be healthy, we can only care for the planet if we not only do it at home, but we do it also in the rest of the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Caroline.
Thank you, bedankt, Caroline. Turning now to our next speaker, Zita, President of PES Women, Gender equality is fundamental to promote democracy, but unfortunately we see the rise of anti-democratic movements in Europe, but not only in Europe, around the world, attacking women's rights. So can you please elaborate on the danger that women are facing right now and what we can do to fight back?
Primero, es siempre un placer.
Well, to start with, I just want to say that it is always a pleasure to be in Spain, and the Spanish Socialist Party is in my heart.
So let me greet some of my friends from International, as I'm standing next to Vice President of Socialist International. Let me greet UC President Hind, and let me greet Hela, Vice President of Socialist International Women. We are much stronger together, so it's so good that young UC, everybody is here on the board today. So, but let's concentrate on the question now. We can really do proper democracy when women's rights are hands in hand in any issue. This is still the highlight. And of course, I'm truly saddened to see a steady increase of anti-democratic movement across Europe and of course globally. These movements are tightly linked to the rise of the backlash against gender equality and women's rights. Anti-democratic movements attack gender equality, LGBTIQ communities, migrant and other marginalized groups. Let me be clear, these issues are all connected. What is so difficult about this anti-democratic movement is that they are really very well organized and very well financed. They cross border and, of course, political ideology. They are made up of different actors who are well funded again and well connected. And what is the most dangerous about them is that they are difficult to pin down. They use inconsistent logic to undermine and adopt progressive and feminist language. That is a real danger. Therefore, they are hard to fight. Women's rights and gender equality are used by this movement to further their anti-democratic agenda. And of course, the result in pushback to progress in gender equality, it results in the backtracking of policies and legislation that protect the right of women and, of course, other communities as well. And this anti-gender movement targets every tool we have to support gender equality, particularly education and healthcare. And I'm really delighted that I met the former commissioner, that we have a proper book what to do to make a proper European healthcare for all. But that's us, again, the socialists who did it. So people should understand you need socialists if you want to get good policies. But we have to explain for ordinary citizens that that's us, social democrats, who are really doing that fight for them. And of course, as I already told you, we should take the example of Poland. I'm so happy that they started the negotiations today. Let's have a huge clap hand for the Polish to get back in power after 18 years. It is so amazing. Węgier, Polak, dwa bratanki, idzie szabli, idzie szlanki. And of course, I don't want to talk about Hungary because my sister spoke already. Or let's see Ireland, where libraries are under attack because of books of the LGBTI communities. And we can go on and go on. And as I watch the clock and I'm respecting the time, I continue in the next. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zita. Querida Hannah,
Dear Hannah, this last question is for you. It is also related to many situations that we have had to face over the past few days. Over the past years, we've witnessed an increase in the extreme rights in many European countries, including Spain.
Could you please share with us some of the key strategies and action to counter the far rights movements?
Thank you, dear. So, well, I think it's very important that one of the big differences between the Social Democrats and far right and extreme right is the fact that we manage good policies for everybody. And Sita was saying it now. If you want good policies, you need Social Democrats. It is true. What we have done in the 5 years, for example, is we have to put Spain as an example. Minimum income scheme, raising 3 times the minimum wage, a lot of measures after the pandemic, so we could recover our economy very quick. We are like in 3 or less than 3% of inflation. We reduced 10 points in the last year. So we had taken amazing measures, and especially when we talk about economics. We have a record on people that is already employed in Spain, more than 21 million. It's a historical number. So we have dealt with this very okay. And at a certain point, we thought it was enough, because right and extreme right do not manage as good as we are. We have the example here with all the corruption scandals of the PP, but also now that they are in some governments in the regions, which is a very good example for us, PP plus extreme right Vox in the governments of many regions in Spain, we have seen a lot of problems of managing. We have many professors now that they could not get their post now in Valencia, for example. Or we see like Extremadura. What happened there? They have eliminated free lunch places for the kids. We put them for free. And not because you privatize everything, it means that the system goes better. On the contrary, it goes much worse. Even if this is nice for us and we do good policies that shows that we manage good the country, it was not enough. And suddenly we found that we have an extreme right forces going all around, as it's happening in a lot of places in Europe. What is the key to that? Not only managing well, okay, many sectors, but also publishing and using also mass media, promoting in media what we are doing. Because they are the kings of the slogans, but zero management. And our fault is that we have been the 5 years working, and not really telling people what they wanted to know. It's not that we didn't say, we try to, but sometimes, you have a bridge between you as a politician and the people. So we realized that we need to get in touch and to have the pulse of the society. And we have discovered this after the regional elections on May. We have changed completely our strategy, and this is why we have won 1 million votes more as PSOE in the general elections. And one of the major issues here is that women realized, as you have said before, we were talking about this data, that they are a very powerful force that were undermined by right and extreme right forces because they deny gender violence and gender equality. So thanks to all these women that have voted for us, there was a huge force that led us to win the elections. So do not underestimate the power of women, please. This is another very important issue. If you want to fight extreme right and if you want to promote social democratic policies. So all these things combined makes a very important front in order to combat and to fight the extreme right. But still, is a huge threat that is there. You have seen this week what we are bearing every day in our headquarters, painting, we are traitors, they are shouting, violent demonstrations on the street. People that are not striking saying we don't like, for example, the amnesty, which it is, people have the right to say whatever they want. No, they are saying we are Nazis and we are happy to be Nazis. This is what we are finding now in the street and we have to denounce daily. So this is what we have in front. Or we fight them and we put in place what we are, that we are social democrats, that we fight for people's rights, that we fight for an equal fiscality, that we fight for vulnerable people, that we fight for women's rights. These people are going to be there, replacing us. Let's not going to allow this to happen. I think we are doing quite well. By now, our president, I have to say, you saw in the news, we had the last agreement in order to have the investiture the next week. So I can say, and hopefully, and like we say in Arabic, inshallah, for the next week we'll have a very important progressive government in this country because we deserve it. We do deserve it. Thank you very much.
Certainly deserve. Thank you, Anna. Now I'm turning to Katerina for the second question on the danger in Europe of the rise of the far right that we see clearly posing to Europe and all Europeans. So What do you think, and what should the progressive do now in order to confront this progress and the policies that we should develop?
Well, the danger of the rising of the far right is there not only in Europe, we see it worldwide. And I see actually the biggest problem in combating them is that the world has changed in a lot of regards, but it has especially changed in that we do not stand on the same facts anymore. We don't share the same realities anymore because we have a media landscape that is not as it used to be. So we have people, and quite some, who live on a completely different planet, you would think. You go through your own country, and then you think what they describe how your country is, full of crime and you know, migrants around every corner and poverty and whatever, is not neither the perception that we have, nor is it founded by any statistics or anything. But it's an alternative reality, as Donald Trump would put it. And we have to be aware that this is one of the main sources of the extreme right. And we have to take on this challenge. I said it in a fringe event this morning. If we want to reach kids between, say, 14 and 16, 17, 18 nowadays, and some of them will be able to vote in the next European elections, for example, in my country, we cannot ignore the way that they communicate. We are a wonderful party. My party, the Social Democratic Party of Germany, is 160 years old. And I'm very, very proud of our history, and I'm very, very proud of our achievements. Without us, this world would look, Europe, my country, Germany, would look very, very different. But we are an old, traditional party, and we have to become more modern. We have to become more up-to-date with how people, and especially young people, but not only young people, are looking at the world and how they are communicating. I don't know how many of you are on TikTok. Now, I don't like TikTok. It's a Chinese platform. We don't know what they do with the data. And it's, for people like me, it's terrible. If you have a 20-year-old who records your clips and they say, you have to talk faster. If you talk like this, they will just, you know, they will just go to the next video. It's appalling sometimes. But if we want to reach our electorate, we have to go where they are. That is, as it always was. In the streets, we have to knock on doors, we have to do this, but we really have to become better communication-wise. And we have to reach the people that are turning their backs on democracy because they are disinformed. We are having legislation on the European level on disinformation. We are combating it with a lot of measures. But we also have to do active pro-information, good information. We have to be better in explaining what we do to the people that we want to reach. I know this is not our comfort zone, and I know it's not the obvious or even the only answer to your next question. But I'm really concerned, if I have a look at the data, how many of the younger vote Social Democratic. It's different in all of the member states, but I think in a lot of member states it is like in mine. So please, let's, and in our French event this morning, one of the young members of our party said, there's an easy solution for that. Include more young socialists in our campaigns. Listen to them. Listen how they would communicate to younger people or to people who are on other social media than TikTok, but please let us make more effort in communication because we are the good ones. We are the ones with the good policies, and let's communicate them better.
You too.
I have the next one.
Okay, so I will turn to Caroline. Caroline, we see that everyday freedoms that we in Europe are taking for granted, but are put under pressure worldwide. So can you, seeing this increasing pressure on human rights, to see what we can do here as Europeans, as progressives?
Thank you so much, Yonek. I don't know if everybody knows, but this year, 2023, is a special year because the Universal Declaration of Human Rights becomes 75 years of age. And that would be a time to celebrate. But if we look around the world and we look into the women's rights, we look into LGBTQ+ rights, we might consider that birthday more as a wake-up call. Because I truly believe that today, worldwide, there is a strange coalition, ongoing coalition, between macho leaders, let's take Trump, let's say Bolsonaro, extreme religious evangelicals from America, and Russian autocrats, and the far right here in Europe. And that global coalition is putting human rights under attack. And they always start first aiming at women's rights. And you can see it everywhere. Even in our very progressive Belgium country, we have had schools being attacked because of sexual education given to people, to children, to girls. And the schools have been attacked by a coalition of anti-vaxxers, religious extremists, as much Muslim and Catholics, and the aim is always the same. Young women, young girls can't make their own decisions because it doesn't fit our hierarchical society. And that's why it's so important that when Universal Declaration of Human Rights is becoming 75 years of age, we are on the forefront again to defend what is really important. And that's people making their own choices. When it comes to their body, when it comes to getting education, when it comes to economic independence. And who else than progressives and social democrats and socialists will make that difference? We have always been the ones at the forefront to debate women's rights, to debate youngers' rights, youngsters' rights. And yes, what Katrina said is oh so true. When we want to stay the coalition of the future, we as socialists, democrats and social democrats, we have to put the youngsters first. And that's why I'm so happy to be here in Spain, because I know that PSOE not only is a strong advocate for women's rights, but also leads in the youngster movement and in the youth movement. And I think that's a very good example, and we will follow the lead of PSOE. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Caroline. Dear Sita, my last question is for you. And we are sure the party that defends women's rights. What measures in this Council resolution are important for the next elections?
First of all, I think you need a president like Stefan. We need a group leader as the Council of Europe, socialist leader here as well. We need Elsa Paes from Portugal. We need André Fernandes, whom I really would like to have a huge clap hands for the yesterday excellent conference. PSOE did a great job with us again. Thank you so much. Thank you. And of course, before I really begin, let me be very clear. Gender equality is not a woman matters. It does not exist in a so-called vacuum. Gender equality affects every person of every gender and cuts across every policy area. We are proud of this Congress, which includes gender equality through. And of course, the upcoming elections are absolutely vital for gender equality and women's rights, especially in the light of the rise of the anti-democratic campaigns. And I also believe that progressive solutions are the best way forward to ensuring a feminist Europe, but we need to get a proper communication. We need to make it clear for our citizens, the easiest language possible, what we achieved for them, and they can lose all of a sudden. And of course, this Congress resolution outlines how we must protect gender equality using every potential tool we have. And of course, we must enshrine gender equality and women's rights in every aspect of the EU to make rollback impossible. This means taking gender mainstreaming and gender budgeting seriously and institutionalization these are held. And of course, what is our job within the PS? To gender mainstream all the policies. And here I really would like to thank from the bottom of my heart the great job of PES women team who did for this Congress as well, because I think it's important that we are much stronger together. And of course, other ways to include fighting for the inclusion of abortion in the European Charter of Fundamental Rights and establishing a former council configuration for gender equality. I would say Helena Dalli did a great job, but I'm happy to see my friend Nikolai Schmidt, whom we started to work long years ago, and Nicholas had to understand nothing can happen without women. So let's do the common work together. And of course, we also need dedicated measures tackling gender-based violence, hate speech, hate crime, online and offline. We need consent-based definition of rape and sexual assault. We must ensure the full and swift implementation of the Istanbul Convention, for which I have been a rapporteur in the Council of Europe, and I think it was a really great success what we did on European level as well. Every member party, every organization in attendance today can commit to fighting for gender equality at the upcoming election, to have a list of parity. Hands up who wants to get a parity list for the next election. I don't see your hands. We don't have enough hands. We need everybody's hands to make sure that we have it. And of course, what is also very important, we need to promote gender equality all the level. And we need, at the next Commission, a woman from our party family, because it's time for a woman to get this position from our party family as well. Look what's going on in the European Parliament with Metsola. He wants to undermine the Women's Rights Committee just to have a place for coffee. No, this committee is really doing the same, gender mainstreaming the policy, what we do. And last, democracy and not least. I'm very happy to see my friend, Francisco André. I would like to tell you that I would like to show my strongest solidarity for Antonio Costa, what happened, because this is absolutely unacceptable what happened with him, meanwhile he's innocent. So I really would like to make sure that we are all for him. He did an excellent job for the last days. This is democracy, to show solidarity, all those who did a lot for women's rights and gender equality and the parity government in Portugal. So muito obrigado para Antonio.
Thank you, Zita, and thank you to all of you, really, dear colleagues. It was a pleasure to share with you this panel, and thank you for your intervention, and thank you again for your time. It was a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Big applause to Anna, Zita, Caroline, and Katerina. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zita.
And I have a little statutory mission. The vote. So just to announce. now? Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, we continue.
I think that there is a problem with the microphone of my colleague. If Rosa could have a mic. Okay, it's not working, so I'm going to do the announcements, and we are very pleased to welcome for our next conversation, Eli Schlein, the leader of PD Italy. Thank you, Eli. Thank you. Nicolas Schmid, Commissioner for Social Affairs and Job, and Paul Magnette, the leader of PES Belgium. Welcome. For our next conversation, our three speakers. Really glad to have you with us in this afternoon. And we're going to kick off the discussion, and our first question would be addressed to Eli. Eli, we know the situation, and we follow closely the situation in Italy, where a progressive response to these growing movements in view to the 2024 European election.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here with you and with two inspiring colleagues and comrades like Nicolas and Paul. First of all, let me start with an encouragement of the whole Socialist Party, the European Socialist Party, for the weeks and the months of common work and common challenges that we are facing. And let me say that I'm particularly happy to do it from here, from Spain, with full support of the work of Pedro Sanchez to continue leading a progressive government for this country and continue to inspire and lead our common fights. So what we are trying to do in Italy is to fight the wrong answers of an extreme right government that in just 1 year has started showing his real face, hitting the most vulnerable parts of our society. They are fighting poor people instead of fighting poverty. They are getting worse, the situation of migrants and asylum seekers in our country. They continue to discriminate LGBTQI communities. And it's incredible, but let me say that we have, for the first time, a female prime minister, a woman as prime minister, which is doing nothing to help improve the conditions of all other women in the country. So we say there is a difference between a female leadership and a feminist leadership. And us, as socialists, we continue to fight for improving all the conditions of other women, starting from their rights on their bodies, starting from the fact that we are living in a country where, unfortunately, women occupation is particularly low, especially in some of the southern regions. We have to improve our answers in terms of children education and social policies, because we know that, unfortunately, most of the unpaid care work is lying on the shoulders of women. What we are doing is talking about the basic needs of our citizens. Tomorrow we're going to have and hold a huge rally in Rome, and it's going to be about social justice. It's going to be about peace, clearly. It's going to be about climate justice, because we know how interconnected are these two challenges. The people that are, let's say, paying the highest price for the climate emergency, also in Italy, are those who are poorer and got poorer during the crisis, the economic crisis, but obviously also the pandemic that we know has increased all kinds of inequalities. So just to be short, what I can say, we are insisting to grant access to public health care. What the right wing is doing is cutting resources to the public health system so that they are pushing for an idea. The rich people can afford going to the private health, and so in this way having a quick answer. But the poorest people are giving up also their care, their cure, because they cannot wait for 3 years to have to meet a doctor, especially for some kind of visit that is very difficult to get. At the same time, we're insisting with all the other opposition forces for having a minimum wage in Italy, and I have to publicly say thank to Nicola Schmidt for the work of the Commission. I can see Paolo Gentiloni sitting in front of us. I have to thank you for your leadership, because Italy is one of the few countries that still doesn't have minimum wage, and so we are fighting to make a new law to say that under a certain threshold, it's not even work, it's exploitment, and we will fight that. At the same time, we are fighting for school, for public school. We are fighting for good housing for people. We are fighting for climate, because we think that we need a Green Deal with a red heart. It means we can implement measures that accompany the whole society in the ecological conversion, taking by hand the most fragile and also the people who are scared, starting from workers of some industrial sectors that we need to accompany with good measure to make a change and to actually deliver decarbonization. So this is what we are trying to do, defend civil rights and social rights. You know, in Italy, and I conclude with this, many people will tell you that, yes, some of the left are working only on civil rights. It's not true. We are keeping together strongly interconnected social and civil rights. And you know why? Because in our socialist culture, the people who face discrimination for what they are, being a migrant, an emancipated woman, a migrant, I said LGBTI person, or for example, Roma or Sinti communities, who are discriminated for what they are also people who are working, making enterprise, paying their taxes. But because of their discrimination, it's harder for them to get a job, to start an enterprise, or to receive the services that they pay with their taxation. This is discrimination. It's against our constitution, and it's against our social discourse, because we know, and we say to the right, that the most, let's say, secure society is the most inclusive society that leaves no one behind. Thank you.
I'm going to talk with this one. Thank you, Eli. I hope you can hear me now. Dear Commissioner, it's a pleasure to have you. And I'd like to ask, technological change is happening fast and transform the world of work and also the world we know. A new form of work and creating new opportunities, but they also challenge our social system. What is so important for the European Union to act on this?
Thank you. Good afternoon. First, I would also congratulate and thank Pedro Sanchez for saving his country from a extreme right government, and not just Spain, but whole Europe. Whole Europe. Dear friends, what are the origins of our movement, our historical origins? It's the world of work. It's to defend the workers during the first industrial revolution, when poverty, exploitation, and you mentioned it, were the daily elements of their lives. Now we have built a strong social welfare system. We have built protections for workers. And now technology comes and opens very new possibilities, which might become opportunities, but which might also become new threats. So it's up to us, to the socialists and social democrats, together, and I fully share what has been said by Stefan, with the unions, we have to make sure that what has been built up, the social rights, that they are preserved and further developed. And that's the issue on the technological revolution. I think that first we have seen young people in the streets running from one point to another, sometimes risking their life and not being paid, having no health insurance, having no social insurance. That's the platforms. That's the platforms we see. But behind there are many other platforms. And the fact is, we have to bring regulation in this world of platforms. We have tabled directive. We are negotiating now the directive. And suddenly we see how the pressure from these companies, these platforms, and the money they spend just to block such a directive, which gives equal rights to these workers, equal rights to these mainly young people doing this job for a few euros. So this is the first point we have to achieve. We have to get this directive. We have really to change the way of the new economy, because we cannot build the new economy. And we are not techno-pessimists or against technology. We always have been in favor also of technology, but technology has to profit everybody. And so we cannot build a new economy based on this technological revolution, on artificial intelligence, on algorithms, and at the same time going back somewhere in the 19th century where finally workers are totally dependent and get no security. This is, I think, the big challenge we have to respond to. And I think, why Europe? Why Europe? Because at the European level, we are stronger. We can do something which embraces all the countries, and even more than just Europe, because the same debates, we have them outside Europe. For instance, in the US, also in California, where workers are defending their rights, especially the workers affected by these new technologies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dear Paul, the next question is for you. The Belgian presidency is about to start, giving your country a great role in shaping the European Union agenda. After the successful Spanish presidency, what can we expect about the next presidency?
Well, thank you, and let me first say how lucky we are, we Belgians, because we will start the presidency in January and we will follow a great presidency, the Spanish presidency, which did an amazing job during these 6 months, and which also demonstrated, which is also very important for us, that you can manage a very important European presidency and win the election in the same time and make a new government, which is a progressive government. So again, thank you, Pedro, and thank you to all our Spanish friends for those incredible and amazing results, which are a source of hope for all of us. I would, as we have very little time, point two elements. The first one is the same as Nicolas, and this is also for me a very good opportunity to thank Nicolas for the amazing work he's been doing for, the legislature is not finished, I know, you still have a lot of work on the table, but he's been so active, so proactive, fighting for minimal wage, for so many directives. When we look at the heritage of this Commission and of Nicolas, we will say, when we remember nearly 10 years of social stillstand under Barroso, and you did much more in 5 years than the last 15 years. So thanks again, Nicolas, for all you did, and we will keep fighting with you until the end of this legislature. And one of course, key directive is the platform work. You just mentioned it. Platform economy is a way of slowly, step by step, undermining all the foundations of the social rights as we built it for decades and generations and generations. And we know that our German friends are divided. We know that France is against, which should not come as a surprise, because when Macron was a young minister in charge of economy, the only thing he did was liberalizing buses. So he was in favor of liberalizing and organizing a lot of competition in the transportation sector already. And so it should not come as a surprise. So we need the support of all our good friends in the socialist family to make sure that this very important directive can be voted, and we'll do all what we can to vote it before the end of this presidency. The second point, you mentioned it too, is of course the strategic agenda. We've lived with 10 years of social stillstand under Barroso. When we look at the opinion polls everywhere in Europe, we see that we have 6 governments today with extreme right-wing parties in the government. We have 6 other countries where extreme right-wing parties are very high in the opinion polls, so there's a high risk of having a very, very conservative majority in the Council in the next in the next, of course, we hope that we all win elections, but we must be realistic. So it's very, very important to anchor the social rights into the strategic agenda now, to make sure that the next generation, that the next legislature will not be another 5 years of social stillstand. We need social progress and we need to build it now.
Merci, Paul. Thank you, Paul. Et je vais me tourner donc vers Nicolas pour.
Thank you very much, Paul. I'm now asking a second question to Nicolas.
Paul has underlined the many achievements already that you have done, but if you have to consider your main achievement, can you tell us, and also what is to be done in the next strategic agenda for the future Commission?
So, you know, if you do not progress, you regress. So that's obvious. We have to further develop also the social agenda in the European Union. And I must say there is still a lot to do. First, I would say we have to implement what we have decided. When I talk about child guarantee, for instance, that's a recommendation. So we have to make sure that member states really implement the elements of this recommendation. So it's about implementation first. And that is important for the Commission. So if you have a Commission who does not share these values we try to promote, well, implementation, especially in the present political context, might be not very ambitious. That's the first thing. The second one is, obviously, we start with the platform directive, but it's the first step, because we see every day new changes coming in the world of work. Algorithms are everywhere. We see ChatGPT. It's not the ChatGPT we knew 3 months ago. It's a new one. Every day, every month is changing. So we have really to adjust our labor legislation to this permanent change in the world of work, to protect workers, not just with their salaries, and that's why collective bargaining is so important, but also for their health and safety, for their mental health. Mental health becomes a big issue. So we have to deal with this issue of mental health in the world of work. And the third one is obviously poverty. We are, and Stefan mentioned it, we are in a society of big social differences, divergences. And we have to bring society together again. We have to promote inclusion. We have to give everybody the good opportunity. That's about salaries, about wages, and that's why I will go to Italy and talk about the minimum wage in Italy. When people earn 700 or less euros in Italy, this is not a decent life you guarantee people. So this is something we still have to do. And I think my last point, if you allow, is about democratization. We talk a lot about democracy, and rightly so. But democracy cannot stop at the front of companies, at the front of factories. So we need to promote democracy at the level of our economy. Absolutely, because we are in this period of major change. So if we want this change, if we want this transition to be just and inclusive, we have to work on economic democracy. So thank you very much to the European Parliament for doing a good job on that, and the next Commission should take that up. We have already done it with the Works Council, but we have to go further to promote democracy in our economies. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Cara Eli, la mia ultima domanda è per te. The effects of climate change are visible everywhere around us and around the world. Italy was particularly hit hard by flood this summer, and also with very high temperatures like in Spain. And in this sense, how can we ensure that the Green Deal has a red heart? And how can we combine social and environmental policies?
We need to ensure that we shape new policies that keep together social and climate justice. It's easy. I was yesterday in Rimini at Ecomondo. It's the biggest fair of the green economy. And so many enterprises in Italy have already understood that it's convenient for them to invest in circular economy. You reduce waste, but at the same time, you reduce your costs. And that is something interesting for them. That's why we are pushing for energy efficiency in housing especially in public housing, because in this way you can reduce your energy bill, and it's something important in a country that is still so much dependent on fossil fuels. At the same time, you reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So you can keep these two sides at the same time. It's the reason why we push for free public transport, especially for students, because in a way you make a family, let's say, spare 600 euros a year, and it makes a difference today. At the same time, you are creating the basis of a culture of sustainable mobility. So we have to shape policies that, in a way, improve people's lives and at the same improve the planet's life. We can do that. There are so many examples. What does it mean at the European level for our European election, for our European Socialist Party? Well, we need to ensure that the Green Deal has the red heart, but I'll tell you something more. We need to ensure that we continue with the Next Generation EU. It was a great idea to have a common investment plan, the biggest in Europe's history, to try to boost investment in this right direction of the social inclusion and at the same time the digital transformation and the ecological conversion. So my suggestion is, let's keep fighting to continue the path shown by this Commission with the Next Generation EU. Let's not do the mistake of go to the mistakes of the past, like the blind austerity. Let's try to improve the investments on social innovation and the ecological transition. And I will have to conclude with this. I think that on so many issues we have to be brave, colleagues. I'm proud to be here. I see among you, let me say something personal, many colleagues, Stefan, with whom I have grown up in these years. I had an experience as a member of the European Parliament, and I learned there what keeps us united as socialists. We might come from different states and languages and cultures and contexts, but we fight for the same fights. And on these same fights, let me ask, let's be brave. We are serious. We are not kidding. In Italy, we already face the extreme right in our government. So we have to step up and keep fighting for social justice, keep fighting for European solidarity on migration, for safe and legal pathways to all member states, for a European mission of search and rescue at sea, and for stopping externalizing the European borders. We have to keep our fight on this issue, and I conclude with this, because the right wing is good at doing one thing only, selecting an enemy every day. Might be a migrant, as I said, a woman, a green activist, or the Green Deal itself is now an enemy of the right wing, okay? But we are those who are entitled to bring the solutions to the concrete problems. They don't need solution because they create fears and they live on those enemies and scapegoats. But we have to show clearly people that we take them by hand and we have solution to their everyday problem for a brighter and fairer future. Thank you.
Thank you, Elie. Thank you. I'm turning to Paul for the last question. Last question, Paul, you have proposed and taken an initiative for a European tax on wealth in order to finance the transition. If you can tell us more about this initiative and what you want to put in place with that.
Yeah, thank you, Yannick. Well, Elie has just said everything. I have very little to add. The only question is, who's going to pay? Who's going to pay? Because we are all aware of the fact that climate justice and the climate transition is the big issue of the next generation. And there again, the Green Deal is one of the best things we've done in the last 15 or 20 years. And we owe it to one man who's not with us today because he's campaigning very hard in the Netherlands to win the election within 10 days. And let's send a lot of hope and energy to our friend Frans Timmermans, who will win the next general elections in the Netherlands on November 22. Thank you, Frans, for all what you did. But now, as you said, we need to invest an incredible amount of money, up to around 2% GDP a year for the next 25 years. That's a lot of money. But there's a lot of money in the European Union. There's a lot of money in the benefits of the big companies and the multinationals. There's a lot of money in the patrimonium of the big families, of the richest in this continent, who have a lot of money. And so it's not a question of finding the money, it's a question of collecting it for the general good. And it's a question of justice. Because yes, the one top percent produces more than 17% of emission of gases, while the poorest half of the global population produces less than the 1% produces. So it's those who are responsible for gas emissions who have to pay for it. And we know who they are. Those big companies, especially in the fossil fuel sector, and those big families with their way of life spend an incredible amount of money, but also destroy the nature and destroy the climate balance. And so the initiative is very simple. We've decided with friends in 7 countries in the European Union to ask the European citizens to support an initiative to ask to tax the rich. Why do we need to do that? Because it will not be easy to convince the member states, we know it. It will not be easy to find a majority within the European Parliament. It will not be easy to convince some of your colleagues in the European Commission who are very reluctant. But if we manage to collect 1 million signatures in at least 7 member states, the European Commission will be forced to submit a proposal to the Council. And so we citizens do have the power to reach that. So we need to finance climate transition, we need to find the money, and we know where we can find the money. Let us tax the rich. That's so simple, and let's do it. Thank you, and thank you for your support.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you for the 3 of you. Thank you for this panel, for this really energetic conclusions too, and also promising approach and also objectives for all of us. Now, as Nicolas has been saying, we still have quite a lot to do in this European Commission and to end the mandate, but also in order to confront the next European election and to have a majority in the Parliament and to win in the Council. So thank you very much, Elie, Nicolas, Paul. Thank you. Thank you. So I'm pleased to call the speakers for our next conversation, a conversation about leading economic progress. So I'm glad to invite on the stage Paolo Gentiloni, European Commissioner for Economy, Ivana Bacik, leader of Labour Ireland, Conor Rousseau, the leader of Vooruit, Belgium, Idoia Mendia Cueva, the second Vice President of the Regional Minister of Labour and Employment of the Basque Government from PSOE, and then also Maria Joao Rodriguez, the President of FEPS, or Progressive Foundation. Please come on stage. Thank you. Paolo, Ivana, Conor, Idoia, and Maria Joao, welcome. Welcome.
Thank you very much to all of you. And we start this very important debate and conversation with a first question for the Commissioner. Caro Paolo, thanks to SURE and Next Generation EU, we avoid a return to austerity in Europe. What are the next steps to guarantee investment, is my question.
Well, thank you. Good afternoon. I can't start without saying, and I'm telling this as a member of this political family, but also as European Commissioner, that we really fully support the democratic process ongoing in Spain. What Pedro Sanchez is doing to build the new coalition is something that is perfectly coherent with our European democratic model. And also, I cannot start this intervention without referring to our friend Antonio Costa. I think we are all shocked by what happened a couple of days ago in Lisbon, but what we are completely sure of is that Antonio is and will remain one of our stronger and best European leaders. Coming to the European economy, indeed, we had to address the worst crisis from the war, and I think we should be proud, not only as European Commission, but especially as the socialist family, of the fact that we were able to address this crisis without going back to previous solutions. Next Generation EU, the SURE mechanism, what we were able to do, my friend Nico and myself for sure, myself and the entire Commission for Next Generation EU, the decision to suspend our fiscal rules, which was, now maybe we forgot, I don't forget, the fight that was necessary to decide the suspension of our fiscal rules in 2020, in 2021, in 2022, and in 2023. Someone is saying that this gave too much of a stimulus to the European economy. I am saying that this saved the European economy. If we didn't have millions of unemployed, if we didn't have dozens of thousands of bankruptcies, if we didn't have the same austerity that we had after the financial crisis 10 years ago, this was because of the positive reaction of the European institutions and of the role of Nico, Elisa, Jutta, Franz, and other commissioners, Ilva, other commissioners of our political family. Now, of course, maybe we have an even more difficult task for the coming years. Why? Because we will have to, as the economy says, to manage a soft landing after this high inflation, high interest rates period, avoiding recession, avoiding unemployment, avoiding that the slowdown that is going on in our economy brings to a new crisis. I think that the recipe, the solution is not so different in the approach, in the philosophy, from the one that we were successfully adopting 3-4 years ago. The solution is that we need to keep sustainable growth as our main target ahead of us. Of course, caring with financial stability, but financial stability without sustainable growth is something that the socialist family should clearly abandon, because it is not the solution. Will we be able to do so? I am counting in all the work we are doing, And especially, I want to thank two socialist women that are strongly committed in this challenge. First, Nadia Calviño, the Minister of Finance of Spain, and many other things, I don't know exactly, Deputy Premier, etc., etc. Nadia is leading in the Spanish presidency the path towards a good possible agreement on Stability and Growth Pact. It's not at all easy. It is not even easy among our member states, because we have different views also in the socialist family. But I count on Nadia, and I count on Margarida Marquez, because I'm sure that Margarida will bring the parliament to take a very positive and advanced position. So the difficulty is still to come, probably, but I think we should be very proud of the fact that in our legacy of this Commission, we have the fact that we address this crisis and we save the European economy. And it's not so little, I think.
Thank you, Paolo. Thank you. And so I'm now turning to Ivana. Ivana, first question for you. How would you, as a Labour leader, ensure that the proceeds of Ireland's economic growth are distributed fairly in your country?
Well, thank you for the question. Muchas gracias. It's great to be here in Spain with a socialist government, so thank you for the invitation. And I do agree with the Commissioner, because I think that this Commission learned the lessons, as you said, from the last economic crash, and we're seeing with the funding for economic recovery post-COVID from the Commission, an understanding that you need to stimulate in order to stimulate economies in Europe in order to create that sustainable growth we need. And Ireland is evidence of that. We are fortunate to be in a position now in Ireland, having come through the crash, to have economic growth and to be looking now at fair distribution. And for us in the Irish Labour Party, as with all our sister socialist parties, the key issue is a fair and equitable taxation system, a fair and equitable redistribution system in order to fund the investment we need so desperately in our public services. And in Ireland, we're focused as a Labour Party on investment in climate, in housing, because we have a housing crisis in our country. We're looking at investment also in care, in childcare and healthcare. And we're looking at investment in jobs to create the sort of sustainable, well-paid jobs that are the opposite to the platform gig economy that we've all been campaigning against. On climate, we want to see investment in a just transition, in the sort of Green New Deal that Franz Timmermans has pioneered. The Green Deal, Ellie said, or the Green Deal, Ellie from Italy said, with a red heart. That's what we need to see, and we want to wish our colleagues in the Netherlands the best in their election in 12 days' time. Go the Dutch. Well done. But comrades, we can't debate the economy. We cannot debate economic growth in Europe without reference to the omni-crisis that we face as Europeans and as social democrats. Not just having come through COVID, not just having endured Brexit, not just the existential climate catastrophe, but we also must stand in solidarity with the people of Ukraine as they endure the horrific Russian invasion. And comrades, we must stand in condemnation of Hamas and their brutal attack on civilians in Israel. We must call for the unconditional release of hostages held by Hamas. But comrades, in the face of the horrific bombardment that Israel is carrying out on the Gaza Strip, with over 10,000 people dead, including 4,000 Palestinian children, we must also stand in solidarity and call now for an immediate ceasefire, an end to the killings, and accountability for war crimes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Conor. I'd like to ask you, how important was the welfare state to maintain the livelihood of ordinary people and family? And what solution did offer, and what solution Democrats in Europe offering to both workers and entrepreneurs?
Buenos días a todos. ¿Cómo estás?
Good morning.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think as socialists and social democrats, we need to show what's the difference between us and populists. What's the difference between us and conservative right parties? And let me tell you the difference we are making or trying to show in Belgium. When I became party leader, we had been suffering from 5 years of conservative right government. What did they do? They attacked the welfare state. They attacked wages, attacked pensions, attacked healthcare, they attacked the working class people. And what was the result? What was the result? The far right tripled, not doubled, tripled their score in elections. So that should be a warning for us, socialists in Europe, not to make the same mistakes as we did after the Euro crisis and as conservative parties are doing in whole of Europe. And when my dearest colleague Paul Magnette, who was in the previous panel, and me, we were negotiating a new government where social democrats are in office, we made a difference. And we changed the narrative, because the narrative should be, how can government help working class people, and why should we enforce and reinforce and strengthen that welfare state? Do we want enough nurses to take care of us? Strengthen the welfare state. Do we want enough teachers for the next generation? We have to strengthen the welfare state. Do we want to take climate change serious? Then we have to attack it and invest in the welfare state. And how can we do it? How can we make, or can we achieve economic growth that works for all of us and all the people? That's with the right investments. And so I hope the European Union, the Commission, will let us, member states, make those investments, the just investments, in cars or in public transport, in tax cuts for the rich or in fair taxes for the wealthy people, and in cutting spending in public health, or maybe cutting in astronomical high loans in Belgium of some doctors and specialists who earn too much money. And so those are the choices we need to make. And I can only hope that we are all standing together in June in the member states, because in Belgium we have national elections on the day of the European elections in June, and we can show the difference what socialists and social democrats make in government for working class people, and we always have to choose for the people and for reinforcing that welfare state. Thank you.
Thank you, bedankt, Conor. And now the next question, Ola Idoia. Fighting unemployment is a priority and has been a priority from the PSOE at all levels of governments, regional, national, but also on EU level. So can you explain what are the next steps to come on fighting unemployment?
Bueno, pues muchas gracias.
Well, thank you very much. I think it is obvious that this previous legislature in Spain has been a legislature in favor of employment. Our financial policies applied by Pedro Sanchez's government since 2018 have been a true success. He has carried out a social democrat procedure that is based on dialogue and agreement. It has enabled us to increase by 50% the minimum salary, the minimum loan, the basic loan, improving the conditions for working class, and we've improved in terms of quality and quantity. How to maintain good employment in Spain? Well, employment is linked to training, skilling and reskilling, and this is the reason why socialists have now passed a series of reforms that are essential. A new education law, a new law for vocational training, and a new law for employment. With this new legislature, we are planning to give adequate training to workers in line with the needs of companies and to have employment that has the right pay. Given the situation in Spain, we need to increase activity in terms of employment. We don't want to leave anyone behind, and we want to keep and retain all of the youth in employment, promote women's full participation in the labor market, because women's participation has been partial in many cases, and for those that are older than 50 years old, to be able to participate to a larger degree in the labor market. We would also like to include functional diversity citizens that should also be included in the working markets, in labor markets. We want to generate good employment based on quality and to continue reinforcing the policies of this government that will be able to retake its activity over the coming weeks. Thank you.
Gracias, Idoia.
Thank you, Idoia.
PEPS has a unique role at the head of the European Union policy making. My question is, what common trends do you see in progressive responses to the inflation crisis?
Look, I think the cost of living crisis now is at the top of citizens' concerns. And conservatives are telling us that the main reason behind this is because wages are too high. I think they are completely wrong. Because, in fact, if we saw what is behind current inflation, this is not about wages. On the contrary, wages, they need to catch up with the prices. And what is behind the current inflation is particular sources we need to identify clearly, starting with energy. Everybody saw that after the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, energy prices, they jumped like that. And then they start spreading to many other sectors, including food and many other basic needs of people. And so that's why we progressives, we need to go to the root of the inflation problem. And first of all, you remember that we could tame the energy prices with strong measures with European public procurement to make European purchases much lower cost. This was very important, and it was us, progressives, behind this. Then sometimes we need also to control prices in some sectors, but most of all, we need to protect the most vulnerable with some tax deductions to make sure that these basic goods, they remain affordable. But this is not the total answer we need to deploy, because the other part of the answer is we need to see what is happening in the share of the national income and to make sure that we don't have income being transferred to capital and being really reducing the income for labor. This will be extremely unfair. And how can we cope with this? With progressive taxation. And with taxation, taxing the wealthiest, the extra profits, and also, of course, pollution. So we need to make taxation more aligned with the green transition. And finally, there is another part of the progressive agenda, which is to provide public services in affordable conditions. So our governments, they need to keep the fiscal room to sustain quality public services in health, in education, in social benefits. And that's why this will be a crucial topic for the campaign. We can be sure that all over Europe, This issue will be central in our campaign, and we do have an alternative.
So now, thank you, Maria Joao. The next question will be to Paolo. Paolo, as a commissioner and very active with our political family, you managed to deliver the global minimum corporate tax deal. How do you think that to keep up that momentum in the fight for tax justice?
Wow. This global tax agreement was for me a real challenge. Because as you know, in the European Union, we need unanimity to accept decision in taxation, to take decision in taxation. And unanimity was really a tough job to reach. It was difficult for some member states, for Ireland, for example, to accept this minimal corporate taxation, but it was very good and courageous to do so. And then we had what we see frequently, each member state using the veto power to avoid a common decision. In certain moment, we are a vetocracy in the European Union, which is completely unacceptable, and we should take this in mind for the future. So now we have a good agreement, both on the fact that multinationals should pay at least 15%. In many countries, it will be much more than 15%, and that multinationals should pay not only where they have headquarters, but where they make their profits. We know that there is still a long way to go to have a fairer taxation system in Europe. And we know that the crisis that we went through increased the social differences. I mean, we were able to save our economy, to save our employment, but at the same time, rich became richer during this crisis, and this, I think, in the long term is not acceptable for our citizens. We have to do something also in our European rules, because otherwise, I think this kind of fatigue and of miracles, which is to reach unanimity on taxation, cannot be a rule for us. My final take is we have 7 months before the elections. And we will have maybe, for the first time, a stronger role of Europe in European elections. Because in many countries, normally, European elections are only an opportunity to have a national discussion, national conversation. In this case, I'm sure that Europe will play a role. And the socialist family is unique in the sense that we believe in Europe and we are not available to any form of cooperation with the enemies of Europe. And this is only the socialist family that can tell this openly in the electoral campaign. So, dear friends, let's work in the next 7 months to have a wonderful result for the Socialists and Democrats in the European elections. Thank you.
Thank you, Paolo. Dear Ivana, it's said that public services are the asset of those that have none. What should we do to promote public services?
Thank you, gracias. This is a crucial question for socialists and social democrats. We have to emphasize the importance of public services because in a cost of living crisis, we have said in Ireland that workers need a pay rise. We have nearly full employment, but so many people are trapped in low-paid jobs. They can't afford decent housing, they can't afford childcare, and they don't see a way out of that. So we've called for an increase in pay, not only through collective bargaining and trade union work, but also through ensuring that there is investment in the social wage, in the provision of public services. And we do need fair taxation for that. And Paolo, our party, supported the 15% movement across Europe because as socialists we recognise the need for fair taxation, and we support an EU wealth tax too, and we think that's a really important campaign. But the public services, what we need to emphasise is the value that that plays to people in their pockets, that it's an increase in take-home pay if you do not have to pay €70 every time you see a doctor. And in Ireland, for most people, you must pay €70 every time you see a doctor. We have no national health service, so we want to move towards universal health care. We've no national childcare service. So for us, we want to move to a universal childcare and early years education system where every child is guaranteed a free preschool place. And we believe that's an investment in children and in families and in women, who are then going to be more freed and more liberated to work. So for care, for housing, where we need to see state investment in providing housing, the creation of a state construction company, and of course in work and in jobs, we need to see that state investment in our public services. But it's crucial on climate too. So we've been pressing, learning from the initiatives of other European socialists, we've been pressing for the introduction of a climate ticket in Ireland, modelled on the German climate ticket, a €9 per month guarantee of access to unlimited public transport journeys. And we're emboldened by the experience in Luxembourg too, where you have free public transport. So that's a sort of climate measure that's also a public service. So we believe that by emphasising investment in public services, by pushing the socialist and social democratic message that this is a way of ensuring a pay rise, that this is how we'll be campaigning over the next 7 months before the European and local elections. We've local elections too in Ireland on the same day. We're campaigning for an Ireland that works for all. And una Irlanda que trabaja para todos.
An Ireland that works for all.
Works for all is our socialist vision of an Ireland in which there is decent public services available to all who need them, and a fair and equitable taxation system, a redistribution of wealth from each according to their means to each according to their needs. That for us is the absolutely evergreen socialist message. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm turning to Conor for the second question. In your first intervention, you underlined, yes, the role of the welfare states and how important it is to invest in the welfare states. So can you tell us how now the EU can also protect welfare states everywhere in our member states?
Thank you for the question. I think the European Union is very important, but as a young party leader, I think the European Union is letting my generation too often down. Why do I say that? Since Margaret Thatcher, we let the other side tell to our citizens, tell to our youngsters, that we can only take care of the next generation when we cut spending. That's the only way to take care of the next generation. And we let them tell that day after day, week after week. I would say, cut the crap. Cut the crap. If we're not investing in climate change, who is going to pay for that? Who's going to pay for that? My generation. If we don't have better wages, who won't be able to buy a house? Who won't be able to feed their kids? My generation. And if we don't invest in public health, who's going to suffer from that? My generation. So please, European socialist family, let us change that narrative. A budget is a mean to an end. It's not an end itself. It needs to support families, to support the economy, to support working class family to protect and ensure my generation and the next generation. And so I think the new proposition, the new proposal of the European Commission on the fiscal rules, the budget rules, is good. Because conservative fiscal rules are bad. They're bad for climate change, bad for public health, bad for purchase power of average working class people. But we need more for the future, I guess. We need more flexibility because, and maybe I will have an unpopular opinion now, but we talk a lot about the new Green Deal. But please tell me, who are you going to convince? Who's attracted from the far right that we will change their lives with the new Green Deal and with only green investments? Please make room for red investments. Investments in health, in wages, in income, in pensions, in education. Please let us tell that as well. And now I'm going to say the most boring thing I've ever said in my young career, but I want to tell it because we're in a European frame here. I think we should give the ECB, the European Central Bank, a new mandate, because I've done some research, and in the land of the free, the United States of America, the Federal Reserve, their policy is way more progressive and way more socialist than the ECB. The ECB only has to control inflation. We saw what happened after the euro crisis. They increased the interest rates too high, too soon. Recession. And who suffered from that recession? Not wealthy people. Our people, our working class people suffered from the policies of the ECB. And what does the Federal Reserve do in America? They also control economic growth, jobs, job growth. And I think we need the ECB as a lender of last resort. I think we have the ECB, we need the ECB to buy the debts of the member states. That means if we want to take a new step, if we want to stop the far right, the populist, we need to invest in purchase power, in education, in climate change as well, but in red investments, and the ECB needs to pay for that, because that will be the only way, people, to convince my generation European Union is also working for them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Conor. Idoia, buenas tardes. Estamos llegando.
Idoia, good afternoon. We're coming to the end of this panel session, and the time has come to talk about the very important role that the regions have and the municipalities in the European project. For this reason, I'd like to ask you what measures can be adopted and what measures are actually being adopted at a regional level to create quality jobs, but also jobs that are low in carbon emissions in the future. Thank you. Thank you. Well, I think that the recipe is very clear. Strength in public services, strong public services, that's what we Social Democrats have always defended. Employment, public services that are modern, that work in a network with public and private providers in our region and other regions. Creating a subjective right to permanent training on the job so that it doesn't depend on the volume of your portfolio having a bad or a good job. That's why it is so important to generate personalized, customized plans and itineraries for people for their training. And also, how do we generate good jobs? Well, I think it's also very important that industrial policies that are developed in European regions should have an element of employment. This is something that has not really been taken into account, but it has been very useful to achieve equality between men and women. So I think now is a time to introduce the vector of employment in industrial policies. And lastly, and very important, cohesion. In other words, creating a security network for people so that when they lose their jobs, they know that the state is there. The state will give them minimum wage, a minimum income as the one we created in Spain during our mandate, and we will train them so that they can join the labor market again. So that at least is the recipe that we are using in Spain and in the Basque country. Thank you.
Turning to Maria Joao for the last question of this panel. Maria, you were one of the architects of the Lisbon strategy. You have been very active there. Can you tell us, according to you, what should be the next big idea now at the European level on supporting European innovation and European economy?
Well, the Lisbon strategy back in 2000 was a kind of breakthrough of progressive politics. The first time we had a 10 years development strategy driven by innovation. This was basically the Lisbon strategy. But I remember by that time, we start with important questions which remain crucial today. One is, what are the new people's needs when they are dealing with the in-depth green transition and digital transition? The second question is, how can we address these, making the best of innovation, of new technological solutions? And then there is a third question is, how can we create more and better jobs? Well, I believe that these questions remain central, and this is why the resolution to be adopted by this Congress is starting exactly with more and better jobs. But the way to answer to this should really be focusing on turning the green transition into more and better jobs, and the same with the digital transformation. And on the digital, we need to make sure that working conditions are based on social rights. The current directive on platform work is decisive to guarantee these basic social rights. But for us to have a vision, long-term ambition to transform the development situation in Europe, we need also to make the best of technological improvements. We are not afraid of technological innovation, but we want to shape it according to our values. And this should be translated into forward-looking investments. I will not refer to the green investments because there are plenty of examples we have in mind. Let me conclude with a good example on digital long-term investments. Right now, all our economic life, and in fact, all our social life is being transformed by the digital transition. But the problem is, who is in the cockpit? Who is in command of this transformation? These are the big platforms, American platforms. So we need to provide a complementary alternative to this, building up what is called today a digital public infrastructure, able to provide good access to health, to education, to information, to democratic debate in equal terms for all European citizens. We don't have this now. And this is at the heart of a progressive vision for the next years in Europe. So I believe that we should keep this ambition to push for big investments, not only in the green transition, but in the digital. There is a European way for the digital transformation, which is different from the American and Chinese one, I'm pretty sure.
Well, thank you, Maria Joao, and we can really give a big round of applause to all our speakers. So thank you, Paolo, Ivana, Connor, Maria Joao, Ideoya. Thank you very much for interesting discussion on leading economy, welfare state, tax justice, employment policy, budget rules allowing investment, and also some new fresh ideas on digital public infrastructure. So thank you very much to all of you. Thank you.
We continue with the last panel today. I would like to welcome to the stage to Olivier Faure, leader of the PES France, Ache Keinam, leader of PDA the Netherlands, Esther Lind, General Secretary of ETUC, Oliver Robke, President of the European Economic and Social Committee, and Christophe Guillaume, President of the Socialist Group in the European Committee of the Region. Perfect. We can start with the first question for Olivier Faure. I'm so sorry, maybe for my pronunciation. Thank you. You want to, I can continue? Okay? Okay, perfect. My question is, the rising cost of living is eroding citizens' purchasing economic power. How can we protect the most vulnerable people in Europe?
Thank you. I will speak in French. It's better for me, and I think it's better for you too. Cette question est une question essentielle.
Okay, this is an essential question.
Europeans today who suffer a lot from the decrease in their purchasing power. And contrary to what happened in the past, it's not the relation between wages and prices which lead to inflation, but it's the relation between price and profit. Today, we have to say that Europe can do something regarding the purchasing power. First thing we have to do is to fight against inflation. Let's have a look at the current situation. People who really benefit from the crisis, who through the health crisis, and here I'm thinking of the laboratories or people who also benefit from the war in Ukraine. A lot of companies made major profit, whereas so many people today are suffering from the crisis. This is unfair. We have to make sure that some will not capture the wealth, and at the same time others are getting poorer and poorer. I could give you figures about the high amounts of dividends made by some companies or people. So this is the first thing. We have to work on the price of energy. We have to go back to energy price which is regulated. We have to do something. We have to make sure that craft people, bakeries, and all those who have small companies, they need to have energy prices which are fair, which they can pay for. A second item is wages. We have to talk about wages. We have to be able to name things as they are. The work has to give rise to a decent wage. We cannot tolerate to have workers who are poor. We have to tell the boss that it is not possible for workers to get poorer and poorer, whereas others are getting richer and richer. We have to make sure that there is a maximum level of wage, so that there is a better distribution of wealth. We also have to make sure that care jobs, all those jobs that lead to a better society, are paid more. And final comment, we need to have very robust public services, because public services are the source of wealth of people who have no other wage or no other revenue or income than public services.
As leader of PVDA, several persons have already expressed all their support to PVDA GroenLinks in this very important moment, just a few days ahead before the election. So my question to you is, what is at stake now for the election in the Netherlands, and of course all our supports again?
Thank you so much, and thank you for your support. In less than 2 weeks, there is one thing very important at stake: the future of our country, the future of our women, the future of our youth. And I think 3 things are very important. Build back trust. People are very insecure about their future, insecure about climate change, insecure about the cost of living. And the situation, the horrible situation in Israel and Gaza, is deepening that untrustworthy feeling, the feeling of insecurity, but also the feeling that the government is not providing good answers. And I think it's the future generation, the future politics, the social democratic politics, the green politics has to address that uncertainty. Secondly, of course, the cost of living, already addressed by colleagues here, but also today. If you can't buy a house, if you can't afford food, if you can't afford your electricity bill, you are not able to build back trust. And thirdly, making sure that climate change is justice. And you can't say climate change can be done next year. You can't say climate change can be done by the next generation. It has to be fixed now. All of our countries see the consequences of climate change by floodings, by heating, but also the cost of living that are rising due to the effect of climate change. These are the 3 things that are very important in our country right now. It's a close call. I think we can win. I have all the confidence in Frans Timmermans, and so let's support them all to make sure that we are there for our future, for us all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I have a very concrete question for you. How you define quality work from a trade union's perspective?
Good evening, everyone, and thanks so much for inviting the ETUC to be here. And I was anxious to come to say thank you. Thank you for all of the great cooperation with the trade union movement, and thank you for all of the successes. The quality jobs really come down to 3 things. The first of those is pay. It's how much you're paid. But it's also the fact that you are paid. And there's so many interns are not paid. And that's why we're looking to our champion, Nicholas Schmidt, to make sure in his directive on quality traineeships that we once and for all ban unpaid interns. The second thing for a quality job is respect. It's respect for you as a person. It's to have a say at work. And that's why I congratulate Gabby Bischoff and all of her work on workplace democracy. It's important that everybody is respected, that they have a say. It's no longer acceptable that the employer says jump and you simply say how high. It has to be a negotiated change through collective bargaining. And that's why I come to the third most important thing, and that's to have the ability to join a union and to collectively bargain without fear. And the minimum wage directive is right now being transposed, so I look to all of you to deliver on the promise that was given to us in that directive, that there would be an enabling environment to protect trade unions, to protect unions to be able to meet with workers. And I know that we're looking very closely to developments in Sweden, to all of the workers there who are on strike. We participated earlier in a demonstration in support of that, but we need to protect the social model in Europe, working together, cooperating, coming up with great solutions that are the way forward, whether it's anticipation of change, whether it's the right to training, all of that better done through collective bargaining in the trade union. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Oliver, you are the president of the Economic and Social Council. We are very glad that you are with us. And we know that the economic model rests on social dialogue. So what trends have we seen across Europe to address the inflation crisis?
Yes, thank you very much, Jonek, and thank you very much for having me here. I have to say I cannot start without thanking also our Spanish friends for a great EU presidency. I've never experienced a presidency that was not only so engaged in social issues, but that also involved social partners and also others, Economic and Social Committee, so intensively and at a very, very early stage. So really congratulations to this, and also congratulations to ensure that the next Spanish government will be a pro-European one and a progressive one. So congratulations on this. Coming back to your question, it's true, the cost of living crisis is definitely the most pressing, one of the most pressing issues for working families and for citizens across Europe. And if we look back to the last year, then we can see that the increase in wages was only half of the increase of the cost of living crisis. So only half of it. So the narrative that there is a wage price spiral is definitely wrong. It's the other way around. Wages have to compensate for increasing inflation, for increasing prices. And I can only agree with Esther and with the previous speakers. Here, social partners, trade unions are in the forefront. And we can see that all there, when we have social partners in responsibility, when they set the wages, when we have strong minimum wages, then inflation can be tackled. And it can be also tackled in countries when governments take decisive decisions in order to protect working people and consumers. Unfortunately, we haven't seen this in all the countries. So therefore, we have to move forward. And I will not only speak about energy prices and food prices, but especially about housing. Housing is one of the most pressing issues for citizens. It's not only an issue for the most disadvantaged, it's really for middle-class people, for working families. And here I have to say we should build the bridge to the next mandate in the European Parliament and in the Commission to make housing, affordable housing, social housing, a key priority of the next mandate. And I would say there are instruments at European level that we can use to do this, but we have also to increase spending. We see in the recovery and resilience plans, in the national plans, we have already under the pillar 4 a lot of expenses for social cohesion, for social infrastructure, but only 7% of this money goes especially in social infrastructure and social housing. This has to be tackled. We have to redouble our efforts in the next mandate. We have to redouble also the expenses for social housing, because this is a question of credibility for the European project.
Thank you very much, Oliver. And my dear friend, my dear colleague, Christophe Rouillon, it's a very pleasure to have you today with us, and also with Jonek. We work a lot together. And talking about social justice, I think it's very important to highlight the role of cities and regions. That's why I like to ask you, cities and regions have been on the forefront of the last crisis. What kind of action are they looking for from the European Union level? Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I'm going to speak French. We are here also to prepare the reconquest of Andalusia and the Spanish regions, which are in the hands of the right and the far right today. You're right, without the cities and villages of the EU could not tackle all the crises, migration, health, or Ukraine. This cocktail of crisis is dangerous for our liberal democracy, whereas the far right, far left are becoming more and more radical and tend to believe in populist solutions. Europe is not the problem, but the solution. We're very proud of the European flag. And this is something which is dear to our heart before the European elections. In the conference on the future of Europe, different tracks have been proposed. First, we want to deepen and enlarge the policies of the EU. We want to reinforce the European democracy. We have the feeling that Europe is facing emergency and different crises, and that states are not able to manage at the same time the crisis and also implement the current policy. So we have to increase the budget of Europe to help Ukraine to rebuild the country. And Ursula does not refer to the territorial policy in her speech about the State of the Union. 3 times. The first time she forgot, the second time it was a mistake, the third time it's an error. And as Committee of the Regions and President of the Committee of the Regions, I would like to say it clearly. The municipalities in Europe have to remain a priority. We have a very simple rule. The states wanted to have a policy of recovery, but they have to pay for that. The territorial cohesion policy aims at reducing inequalities between the territories of the European Union. And that's why we would like to have a decent budget so that we can face economic, social, ecological and transition challenges. And we can do so in the different cities, municipalities and villages in Europe, while reducing inequalities within and between regions. We want investments in the long term. We want the cake to become larger, and therefore you need more eggs, butter, sugar from Europe, and you also need an additional budget. A larger cake will be necessary to fight against the crisis of European democracy, and we will have to please Nicola Schmidt by doing so. Apart from the social crisis, we also have a demographic crisis. Therefore, the EU has to trust all the elected representatives in Europe, millions of people, so many municipalities that are the mirror of the concerns of the citizens. This is crucial to prepare our campaign for the European elections. We have to make sure that the speech on solidarity between the different territories in Europe is a priority. Thank you. Olivier, second question. We talk a lot about digital and green transitions leading to a lot of new jobs, but how can we make sure that those new jobs will be as sustainable from a social point of view than from an environmental point of view?
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Of course, we face huge transitions linked to technology, but also linked to the climate challenge. And I think that this is also a sign of the failure of the right-wing parties. We know that the liberal model is a failure. So we have to make sure that those large and huge transitions are not only affecting the most vulnerable populations. So we have to be there to support this transition, which is indispensable. And there again, we need to be crystal clear. During the pandemic, we were able to mobilize billions throughout the EU because the crisis was there and it was having immediate consequences. Now, when it comes to the climate change, aren't we ready to make the same efforts? Why is it so that we would not be able to mobilize the same amounts of money to avoid those natural disasters that will impact all forthcoming generations? Well, of course, this will be expensive. So I think that we need to be crystal clear. We need to find this money somewhere. We represent the left. We have always said that it was important to preserve the common good, to protect the common good. I think that, it's a simple idea. We need to take the money where it is. And where is the money? In the pockets of the richest. And I have in mind here the first social democrat EU commissioner who was the first to warn EU authorities. And I think that he was forgotten by history. And for the last 50 years, the richest have still become extremely rich. So we need to tax them more. We need to have this corporate tax everywhere in Europe. We need to target speculation. We need to find the money where it is. And then we also need a tax on green fortunes so that those who contribute the most to global warming are the ones who will contribute the most to solve the problem. Thank you. Thank you very much. Olivier?
A question, the last question in this panel for you. Thanks to Frans Timmermans and also to Nicolas Schmid, we scored a great victory to ensure adequate minimum wage in the European Union. And my specific question is, where do you see the next social challenges for Europe?
Thank you so much for this question. And of course, we have to build further on the good work that Schmid, Frans Timmermans, but also Agnes Jongerius already did in the past. Don't lose that. But I think very important, the poor working man is now a young girl with more often than not a cultural background. Being poorly paid, hardly making an ends wage because rent is not affordable, energy prices are not affordable, the stakes are different, culturally barriers are at stake. So I think we have to make sure that the rights of women, the rights of young people are being acknowledged in the next couple of years, and that should also be at stake at the European elections. Because things are not progressing for young people. Things are not progressing for women. They are declining because we are not willing to share. We're being overwhelmed by a wave of conservatism instead of progress. So it's very important to make sure that minimum wages are going up, making sure that the energy crisis is being addressed, making sure that fixed work is the norm and not the exception, and making sure that we all work together with European countries, making sure that good examples like Spain, like Poland, is the way to go forward, not declining back in time, not returning back in time, but the only way is going further, winning this together, working together with the unions, working together with women groups, working together with youngsters, because that is at stake at this moment, and it's very urgent, and that is my last call. Feel the need to act now. We have to turn this conservative wave and a progressive wave, and a wave of hope, and a wave of willingness, and a wave of doing this together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Archer. Thank you. And I would have a question to Esther. Hello, here. Yeah, Esther, it has been raised already before by previous panelists. It's the question of democracy at work. So I would have a direct question to you. How can the EU better promote collective bargaining at all levels?
So I just want to say I completely agree with everything you just said. We have to bring the fight now. We have to get the results now. So to answer the question, though, it's carrot and stick. Carrot. What we mean by carrot is that whether it's public procurement, whether it's money for investment, companies that recognize the right to collective bargaining, that have in place workplace democracy, that give training to the workforce, secure jobs, that properly value the work that's done by women, those companies should get investment. They should get public procurement contracts, and they shouldn't be at a disadvantage because they invest in the workforce. But all too often in public procurement, trillions of euros go to companies that are making tenders on low costs because of low wages and bad conditions of employment. So we need to change that around. We need to build on the directive introduced by Nicholas Schmidt on minimum wages and collective bargaining that already says that all measures, including public procurement, must promote collective bargaining. Then we get to the stick, because it can't be the case that we allow the union-busting techniques that are commonplace in America come to Europe. We need to stop it before it takes hold. Whether it's Elon Musk and Tesla, whether it's firms trying to prevent unions organizing in the workplace, or whether it's member states beginning to restrict the right to strike, or whether it's employers ignoring social dialogue, no matter what it is, we need to prevent that by sticks. And so we need to take it as seriously. We need to treat breaches of the right to strike, breaches of the right to collective bargaining as seriously as all other crimes, and call them that. It can't be the case that we look the other way and let employers continue and a whole enterprise of union busting come to Europe. That's not the way of the future. That's not a high road success strategy. That's a low road recipe for disaster. So we're being very clear. Trade unionism is not a crime, but union busting is. And we need to look towards having in place sticks on those companies that attempt to bust unions or not recognize participation rights in the workplace.
Thank you, Esther. Dear Oliver, really it's a big pleasure to have you in this Congress. And my last question is, in light of the Commission's report this week on enlargement, how do you see the future of the European Union?
Well, I had the privilege, actually, last week of visiting Ukraine, a country which is now undergoing this terrible war and these terrible challenges, and I was deeply impressed by the resilience of civil society, of social partners, of trade unions. I was really impressed. Under martial law, they discuss, they negotiate the future of involvement of labor law, of social dialogue. It's really a big challenge for them, and I have highest respect for this. Therefore, I think it was the right decision to recommend to start negotiation talks with Ukraine. I'm deeply convinced by this, but we in the ESC, we always said we cannot leave the others in the waiting room. We have to make sure that also the other candidate countries, Moldova, but Western Balkan countries, have to be taken seriously, and we must move forward with the integration. So this is the first message. I think it is our responsibility, our geopolitical responsibility as EU, but also as progressives, to involve the colleagues from these countries. We in the ESC, we started a pilot project. We involved them from January 2024 already in our work. We will have trade unions, but also employers and civil society in the ESC who are working with us on opinions. I think this is the best way to show them gradually how important and how is the benefit of being an EU member. So we should start as soon as possible. Second point, we should encourage them to use our targets, our benchmarks, like the European Pillar of Social Rights already today as benchmarks for their policy. And I think this works only if we give them a European perspective. So it has to go hand in hand. And I think it's not enough. It's not enough to grant only candidate status, to have negotiations with them. We have to make our homework as well in Europe. So reforms in the EU must go hand in hand with the further enlargement for the Western Balkans and the Eastern Partnership. It must move in a lockstep. I'm convinced by this. And let's not forget, it's not so long time ago that we had the conclusions of the Conference on the Future of Europe. And we should not forget this. I think many of them are still valid and not implemented yet. So when it comes to qualified majority voting, but also when it comes to a social progress protocol, I think all this has to be tackled by us to make also the EU ready for enlargement. But once again, I think it's the only signal we can send as progressives to enlargement countries. You are part of our family, and we will empower you, we will try to empower you to join us and to strengthen a social Europe as soon as possible.
Thank you, Oliver. And m'adressant maintenant à Christophe pour la dernière question.
Christophe, now, a last question. You are the president of the PES group in the European Committee of the Regions, and if there is one concern that is well known at the local level, this is housing. And of course, housing is really of the essence for many European citizens. So according to you, what should the EU do to tackle housing? You are entirely right. Housing is really the EU emergency. We know that millions of youngsters, students, citizens cannot afford a house or an apartment. 40 million dedicate 40% of their salary to housing. And nowadays, the housing policy is really not foreseen in treaties, but I think that the EU should be able to act very swiftly. And we would like to have a kind of housing deal similar to the Green Deal, so that we can really promote the cohesion policy. It's important to have the necessary budget investments when it comes to the renovation of housing. A simple and easy way to increase the means of our European citizens is to make sure they live in well-isolated houses. The second concrete measure would be to say that we'd like the recovery pact to be prolonged by 2 years to enable investments in housing, to cope with the price increase of construction and building materials. We do not want to limit the access to housing of those under-favored populations. We have to fight speculation, private speculation. We also have to facilitate private investments with a true social taxonomy, similar to the green taxonomy. I also believe that it's important to adopt as quickly as possible a regulation on short-term housing. Because unfortunately, in big cities, young people cannot have access to the housing. We need to regulate platforms such as Booking or Airbnb. And I would like to end with this. And this is one of our mission, a safe place for women, because we know that many women who are the victims of domestic violence, they do not leave the house because they have no other option. And I have seen an example, a lady who was a victim of domestic violence. She is 60 and she was not able to leave the house because she did not have access to another place to stay. So I think that it's important to put more houses at the disposal of those women who are the victims of domestic violence so that they can have their own place to stay. Thank you.
Merci. Merci à vous tous. Thank you very
Thank
much
you.
to all our speakers, closing this very interesting last conversation on leading social justice. Many challenges. We'll fight together. Thank you, Esther. Merci, Olivier. Merci. Thank you to you all. Thank you. Thank you. I also would like really to thank Rosa. We can applaud Rosa that has done the moderation all this afternoon. Thank you, Rosa, for this work, and because now we are turning to one other important moment of our Congress, and I see that we have already many people ready to come on stage. That moment is about our PES Resolution 2023. And I have this pleasure to present this resolution, but also to take a minute to explain the process, because I think that we can be proud of the process that we took, the time that we dedicated to prepare this resolution. First of all, this resolution, it was really a great cooperation with all our member parties, sister organization, member organization, and I really would like to thank them, because it was a long process, a process that took really months. We started months ago at different stages. And we started with our, as you know, PES has many thematic network where we meet several times a year. And I would like to thank also the chair of this network that have been taking a great role in the preparation of this resolution. It's Agnès Jongerius, the chair of our Social Europe Network, and we can applaud her. It's Lia Quartapelle from the Democracy Network. It's Javi Lopez from the Environment and Climate Change and Energy Network. It's Maria Joao Rodriguez for the Financial and Economic Network, Karina Olson from the Migration and Integration Network, and Kati Piri for the Foreign Policy Network. Really thanks a lot to all of them. After this discussion in our network, we have also had several discussions with all the international secretariat within the coordination team. We had also 4 meetings of the PES presidency where we discussed about the Congress resolution, and I have to say with more than 600 amendments, so you can imagine a bit of work that it was to put all of that together and to have this document. But there is also another moment which I would like to underline, is in order to prepare this resolution, we worked a bit like we did in 2019. In 2019, for the preparation of the last European election, we launched a big consultation process with trade unions and NGOs, and it was important. And this year, for 2024, we wanted to do it again and to do it even in a more deeper and more profound way. Because for us, it's not only a work that we do between member parties and sister organizations. We really want to open up to civil society union and integrate their work in our document, and I think that we succeeded in doing that. So it's more than 110 organizations that we met. You have here a list of these organizations, 270 that we contacted, 110 that provided input, 85 organizations that we met in person, and also 50 input policy priorities that they proposed and that we integrate either in the resolution or in the future Commission program. So this is how, friends, comrades, we managed to have a clear and powerful Congress resolution that will lead then next year to a powerful and short manifesto. So really, again, I think that we can be very proud of the process that we did with civil society, trade unions, and NGOs. Really, I would like to thank them on behalf of all of us and to say that we will continue this important cooperation. Now, I'm going to call several delegates on the stage to present each of them one point of the Congress resolution. We have 25 points of the resolution, and each of them will be presented by one of the Congress delegates, but we have also here made a list of the highlight of the core messages that you can find in the Congress resolution in terms of principle. Here we can see the values and also the focus, so it's three ways of seeing what is being the main points and the main messages and policies developed in the resolution. And now I'm going to call by group. So in the group number one, I would like to call Alicia Oms, member of the European Parliament from PSOE, Spain, please. Alicia, and I will call them. Matthias Ecker, also member of the European Parliament. Good to see you. From SPD Germany, please be welcome. Mohamed Chain, member of the European Parliament from PVDA, thank you. And also Matilda Ehrenkrantz, member of Parliament from Sweden. Welcome. Welcome all of you. So, Alicia, I would give you the floor on quality job, please.
Thank you, Jonek. And dear colleagues, as Socialists and Democrats, we fight for quality jobs for all. And this is at the very core and the heart of our movement and our political DNA. So we can be very proud of our work. We have gone through massive crises over the past years, and yet we have managed to put the social issues at the center of the European policymaking. We have finally won the battle for fair minimum wages, for stronger collective bargaining, and for the pay transparency. However, we still need to go a step further by eradicating the gender pay gap, guaranteeing inclusive labor markets, and ensuring decent working conditions for all, including the trainees. We will continue to put people's well-being and social justice at the center of our political action, and for sure it will be at the core of our manifesto for the elections.
Thank you, Alicia. And then for the second policy, fighting unemployment, labor market exploitation, poverty and social exclusion, the floor goes to Matthias.
Thank you. Well, comrades, we are socialists, so the creation of a truly social Europe is always a priority for PES. This is why we reject austerity and we invest in cohesion. We want to protect all EU citizens from poverty with national minimum income schemes. We continue our fight, the fight that we always fought against unemployment, with a European complementary unemployment reinsurance and a permanent mechanism that is comparable to SURE. And finally, we strive for a social progress protocol in the treaties, and we know that the way to social Europe is a concrete one, and we are the political force that strives for it.
Thank you, Matthias. Thank you. I would give the floor then to Mohamed, Vice Chair of the S&D Group. Mohamed, the floor is yours on policy number 3, ensuring secure, sustainable and affordable energy for all.
Thank you very much, but I stand here as a member of the PvdA in the Netherlands and I have to defend the resolution. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I mean, the title says everything. Ensuring secure, sustainable, affordable energy for all. And how do we do that? By investing in sustainable energy, in creating a green energy mix, investing in new technologies like hydrogen, decreasing our dependencies on fossil fuels, which will make us more resilient and prevent an energy crisis like we've seen 2 years ago. So I would say, dear comrades, let's support the resolution. Let's start implementing it. Adelante.
Thank you, Mohamed. And then the floor goes to Matilda from South Sweden, Member of Parliament, on the priority 4, the Green Deal for a just transition to end climate change consequences.
Thank you very much, and I'm very honored to say a few words on how we as Social Democrats need to stay focused on a just green transition. We are Social Democrats, and we and Europe, we need to stay committed to reach climate neutrality at the latest by 2050. We need to phase out fossil fuels, and we need to prevent global warming. It has been and it needs to stay at the core of our mandate. Climate action needs to accelerate to ensure a sustainable future. So let's do this together and adopt this resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Matilda. Thank you, Mohamed. Thank you, Matthias. Thank you, Alicia. And now I'm calling on the stage Britta Thompson from SD Denmark. Please come on stage. Beppe Provenzano from PD Italy, Vice Secretary. And Nora Mebarek from PES France, Member of the European Parliament. Join, yes. Britta. So the first to take the floor will be Britta. Thank you, Britta. On priority number 5, preserving biodiversity.
Thank you. Gracias. Restoring biodiversity, protecting ecosystems, and making responsible use of our resources is an essential issue. We need to stop polluting. We need to turn to sustainable methods of production and consumption. It is our duty to leave a healthy planet behind.
Thank you, Britta. And then I would give the floor to Beppe on priority number 6, an economically resilient Europe that is ready to face crisis.
Amigas y amigos, compañeras y compañeros.
Dear friends, colleagues.
An incredible achievement, the biggest plan ever implemented, and it was delivered by us, by the PES, and we have to be very proud of it. And let just me remember one person for all, our friend and EP President, David Sassoli. We need to continue on that path, and this can only be done by changing our Europe works, changing the rules that are not working anymore, strengthening the instruments that can stimulate the growth of our economies and the resilience of our public investments, following the same social democratic inspired European economic policy that brought us Next Generation EU. We need to reform the EU economic governance framework to stimulate growth, but also to achieve social environmental goals, better jobs, better public services, and fair tax system. For this and more, we need a strong PES, because our task, as was with Next Generation EU, is to make possible today what was deemed impossible yesterday. Gracias. Adelante, Europa.
Thank you. Go ahead, Europe.
Pepe, and I give the floor, je donne la parole maintenant à Nora Mebarek pour le PS France, priorité numéro 8, tax justice, ensure all individuals and corporations pay their fair share.
Merci, Yannick. Chers camarades, au cœur de notre
Dear comrades, we European socialists are in favor of justice. Justice means that each and everyone has to contribute to the common good. This is the basis of the social contract. Without such a contract, there is no happy society. But we have to face this neoliberal ideology, according to which the one who has the most pays the less. That's why Europe needs socialists. We have to define the basis, and we have to tax the wealthy, and this is a question of justice. We have to encourage tax justice. We have to create European taxes so that we have a minimum basis in terms of taxation of financial transactions. We are very numerous in all different countries to ask for a taxation on wealth. Thanks to Olivier Faure, to Paul Magnet, and many others, we've been able to move ahead. Today, we have to make sure that this European petition is signed so that this project becomes a reality.
Sur la priorité numéro 7, an economy at the service of the people.
Merci Yonek. Je remplace Elio qui a disparu.
I would like to replace Elio, who disappeared, but it's not the first time that I have to replace Elio. So, dear friends, we want a European social model which is there to serve the population. Our economies have to serve citizens and not only profit. We're facing growing inequalities. Today, we have to face major challenges, post-COVID challenges, and challenges of the green and digital transitions. We want to be the first economy neutral in terms of CO2 emissions. We have to support companies and cooperatives that respect human rights along the supply chain. A lot of SMEs, innovative companies and startups can contribute to this social tissue in Europe and respect human fundamental rights.
Thank you, Britta. Thank you very much. And I would call the next round of delegates to take the floor with Kata Tuto, Deputy Mayor of Budapest from MSZP Hungary, Maria Malchnik, International Secretary of SPÖ Austria, Vytenis Andriukaitis from LSDP Lithuania, former Commissioner, and then Eleni Chronopoulou from PASOK, Greece. Thank you. Thanks. Let me start with Kata, and thank you, Kata, on the priority number 9, quality of life in cities and regions.
Okay, so we set the goals. We know we want to lead our people. Now the next question is, how will they follow us? They will only follow us if we understand their fears, if we hear their dreams, if we understand their struggles and see their potential. This is what we do. This is mayors and regional leaders' role, is to cut out paths that everybody can take. We're not talking about one path, but multiple ones, which has one similar things. These paths should be secure. It has to be about sustainability, equality, and solidarity.
Thank you, Kata. Thank you. Then I would give the floor to Maria from SPÖ Austria on the priority number 10, affordable and quality housing for all.
Thank you, Yonek. Dear friends, for our political family, affordable housing is a right and not a privilege. And this is not just the case for vulnerable groups, it's for everybody. For way too many Europeans, finding an affordable and decent place to live is a serious problem, and this problem is increasing. And this is why we must protect tenants and also push for more investment in public and affordable housing for the many. Housing and the building sector affect climate and environment to a very large scale. And therefore, we call for significant public investments in energy-efficient renovation and construction, as those are crucial issues for the social and green transition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. I would give the floor to Vytenis on priority 11, affordable and accessible quality care and health care for all.
Dear comrades, friends,
Social Democrats know very well that health is a fundamental human right. And health for all is a fundamental principle of social democracy applied to everyone, everywhere. Quality health care must be universal, affordable, and accessible to all. Since our founding, Socialists and Democrats have been the political force promoting universal health coverage and universal health care to everyone as a core value in our society. And leaving no one behind is our promise. With this resolution, Socialists and Democrats continue to insist on the vital role of healthcare system delivering healthcare to everyone without causing financial hardship. But healthcare systems also rely on healthcare workforce, and protection of hard-working medical professionals is also our duty. Social Democrats are ready to build a strong, genuine European health union. And in this book, we progressive presented our view on European Health Union, a blueprint for generation. Vive European Health Union.
Thank you, Vytenis. And I'm turning to Eleni for the priority 12 on the support for quality public services.
Perfect. So let me cordially thank PSOE for the hospitality. Now it's working. Now it is working. Thank you very much. So let me cordially thank PSOE for the hospitality and PES for the organization of this great and successful Congress. I'll speak a few words about the importance of public services and highlight what we, the Socialists and Democrats, stand for. So we stand for universal access to high quality and affordable public services. We support digitalization. However, towards this transition, we should make sure no one is left behind. And no public funding should go to any company that does not uphold decent working conditions, environmental and social clauses, and respect for trade union rights. Last, we should all ensure access to public services aligned with EU regulation, and in particular, the Services of General Economic Interest Directive. This is who we are. This is what we stand for. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you to you all, Kata, Maria, Vytenis, and Eleni. Thank you for your intervention, and I would call for the next group of delegates with Krzysztof Smiczek, Vice President of Nowa Lewica, Member of Parliament, Poland. Congratulations again. We can applaud you for the victory. Diana Bakic, the President of Rainbow Rose. Welcome, Diana. Anna Pirskalava, PS Women Coordinator. And Sophie Amélie Stage, the Secretary General of the Young European Socialists, and congratulations for your re-election. Congratulations, Sophie. We can applaud also. On priority number 13 to Christophe, and I think it's very timely to give the floor to you on this, defending democracy and the rule of law.
Thank you so much. Dear colleagues, democracy, free courts, independence of the justice system are the cornerstone on which the European Union is built. And without those values, there's no society which can be fully inclusive, free, and equal. Defending these fundamental values is a key point for socialists and social democrats. I know what I'm talking about. I'm from Poland, which only 3 weeks ago seemed to be a hopeless case in terms of the rule of law and democracy. But thanks to the determination of the Polish citizens and our devotion to the values of rule of law and democracy, that dark vision of a continuation of the populist rules has been swept away. That is why Democrats, socialists, social democrats, we need to protect and promote the rule of law as an effective tool to tackle all attempts of populism and extremism. Thank you very much.
Bravo, Christophe. Thank you. Diana, on priority 14, a Europe free from discrimination, where everyone is treated equally.
Thank you. Dear comrades, Europe must not blink when it comes to defending human rights. Gender equality, women's rights, and LGBTIQ rights across Europe must be advanced and protected. Party of European Socialists will always work towards a Europe free from discrimination and violence, where every person is treated equally and lives with dignity. Europe that is fair for all. We expect every member of Party of European Socialists, old or new, to act accordingly in their country, because we cannot allow double standards when it comes to human rights. Let's continue our work together, standing firmly on our progressive values and principles. Adelante, Europa.
And I turn to Anna, PES Women Coordinator, Priority 15, Eradicating Gender-Based Violence.
Thank you, Yonek. Dear friends, dear comrades, we as a socialists and social democrats have always been in the front lines to fight for gender equality. And that's what we are doing at the PES Women. We believe that gender mainstreaming of the resolution is crucial, because every issue is a women's issue. So that's what we have done. But I want to focus now on very important topics, that's eradication of the violence, all forms of violence against women. We are very happy that finally EU ratified Istanbul Convention, but we still will very closely monitor all the member states to implement it properly. We also are introducing consent-based definition of rape. Only yes means yes. And last but not least, we would like to underline that hate speech and hate crime should be in the EU crime list. And for that, apart from voting for the resolution, you can also join PES Women's Stand and help us to promote it further. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. And I'm turning to Sophie on Priority 16, a Europe that works for its youth and children.
Thank you. This chapter showcases some of the great victories that we have already done as a family, the Children and Youth Guarantee being at the very top of this. But this is also a clear call that we have many more battles to fight together. We want a Europe that works for its young people and its children. We want a Europe of equal opportunities that value the potential of young people. A Europe capable of providing quality education, employment and training for all young people. And finally, we want a Europe capable of listening to us, the young people, our concerns and security of our future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the four of you. Thank you, Christophe, Diana, Anna, Sophie. And now I'm going to call the next round of delegates. We're getting close to an end. So next one will be Mariqueta Vázquez from Mayores Socialistas, so from the European Senior Organization. Also calling Yumi Renström from the Committee of the Region, from South Sweden. Voilà, bienvenido. Also calling Indrek Saar from Social Democratic Party of Estonia. Welcome, Indrek. And then Erwin van der Put van Vooruit, Belgium. Thank you. So the priority 17 for Mariqueta, which is fostering intergenerational solidarity in Europe.
Gracias. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. Dear Europe, Europe is aging. And faced with all the postulates of the conservative and liberal right that are facing this challenge, they turn it into a problem. Whilst we, the social democratic family, we deal with the aging of the population from the lens of solidarity, intergenerational solidarity. That means full rights for every single person of every age. Solidarity between generations that the social democratic family supports is nothing else than guarantee of decent pensions, which are the main instrument to guarantee active aging and independence. solidarity and a care system that every single person can enjoy regardless of their income. Access to decent and adapted housing. It also entails education in every single stage in life, every single one. Not because we are elderly, that doesn't mean that we don't want to continue to be active and having access to education. And of course, and very important, participation. Participation in every single sphere in life to guarantee that decisions are made for us, but with us. Decisions are made for us and with us. The elderly, we have a future, we have a past, we have a present and a future. And we want to create part of that future. We want to be in decision-making on our future. We want to participate. We want to participate as I am participating here. I am over 80 years of age, and I am here talking about the rights and policies for the elderly. Social Democrats don't want people just to age with and have an empty life. We want to fill our years with life. Thank you.
From the PES group in the Committee of the Region on Priority 18, a European coordinated asylum and migration policy.
Thank you so much, Yannick and comrades. As Social Democrats, we must implement the progressive asylum and migration policy that is fully coordinated at the European level. And this is a must in order to stop the continuous instrumentalization and victimization of migrants by forces within and outside our European Union that wish to undermine our European democracy and our shared European values. In particular, the values of solidarity and dignity, as well as of EU and international law. Only coordinated European action can ensure equitable and proportionate share and responsibilities. And we, progressive local and regional authorities, are the catalyst in this endeavor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Yumi. I'm turning to Indrek from the Social Democratic Party of Estonia on the Priority 19, strengthening citizens' rights online.
Thank you, dear friends. Most probably all of us have time to time experienced that modern technology, especially ICT, can drive us mad. But coming from Estonia, I can assure you that it can also solve many problems and challenges what we face in these days. So we must stress that the EU must play a leading role in promoting a digital transformation in line with our fundamental values and principles. And that leaves no one behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Indrek. And then the last speakers for this round is Erwin van Vooruit on Priority 20, ensuring the security of all citizens.
Thank you, Yannick. Dear friends, dear colleagues, security is the freedom of the ordinary citizen. Crime is making the wrong people rich. A leading Europe is one of cooperation also in this regard, to protect its citizens. A leading Europe needs strong measures for more security and to fight crime. We are very happy our common socialist resolution provides for this. Let's adopt it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the four of you. Thank you, Mariqueta. Thank you. Muchas gracias. Gracias, Yumi, Indrek, and Erwin. And now I'm going to call the last round of 5 speakers for the 5 last priorities. And it's Tomas Petricek from SOCDEM, Czech Republic, former Minister of Foreign Affairs. Hey, Tomas. Karolina Leokovic, International Secretary of SDP Croatia. Karolina. Also Maria Manuel Letao Marques, Member of the European Parliament, PES Portugal. Victor Negrescu, PES Vice President, Member of PSD, Romania. Thank you. And also Nazima Razmia from Social Democratic Party of Finland. Thank you. and welcome to the 5 of you. And for this last round on the international policy, I'm going to turn to Thomas on priority 21, maintain full support for Ukraine.
Friends, we Social Democrats, Socialists and Progressives, we cannot hesitate a moment when European security is at stake. Therefore, we will continue in our support to Ukraine in its struggle against Russian aggression. At the same time, the PES must be the leading force to develop European comprehensive and ambitious program for reconstruction of Ukraine. Program that is based on our values of inclusiveness, values of social fairness, sustainability, but also local ownership, accountability and transparency. Only that way we can build strong and prosperous Ukraine in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Tomasz. And then for Carolina from the Social Democratic Party of Croatia, on priority 22, promote strategic investment and innovation.
Thank you, Yannick. Comrades, we've already heard about the importance of Green New Deal, about the importance of green transition, of what we produce, but also how we produce. So we as socialists, democrats, progressives, with the Made in Europe 2030 strategy, with ambitious funding at the European and national level, we will keep Europe in the lead, and that is also the motto of our Congress. We will create quality jobs, and we will deliver the technologies that we need for the green and digital transition.
Thank you, Carolina. Then to Maria from PES Portugal on priority 23, the support for international partnerships.
Partnerships. European Union needs them to eradicate poverty in the world and for universal respect of human rights, of course in cooperation with the United Nations and its Secretary General, António Guterres. The European Union needs also to promote the effective and more concrete implementation of the Global Gateway Initiative, for instance with Latin American countries, which are so close to us. Our party will head global cooperation to guarantee compliance with international commitments. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker will be Victor from PSD Romania, priority 24, a forward-looking European Union ready to improve its functioning and meet international challenges.
Dear friends, dear colleagues, changes in the rules and functioning of our institutions are necessary for the EU to act effectively, decisively, and with unity. The PES will continue pushing for an enlarged, assertive, and improved EU. We need to make Europe stronger, more humane, resilient, and prepared for the future. Uniting Europe and respecting all citizens is key. Romania's and Bulgaria's accession to Schengen is essential for the cohesion of Europe, and this should happen now. Unfortunately, the right wing is blocking Europe, is blocking our accession to Schengen, but we can change this. Together with our parties, or many PS activists that are here in the room, we can change Europe for the better by winning the next European elections in June. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. And I'm turning to Nassima from the Social Democratic Party of Finland from priority 25th. Strengthen European cooperation on security and defense.
Dear friends, EU must defend peace, solidarity and humanity. Humanity that makes us stronger, not weaker. The EU must act faster and more assertively in an increasingly unpredictable world. The PES will lead the EU in becoming a reliable partner and security provider thanks to a strong, feminist and progressive common security and defense policy. We should aim to strengthen the EU's role in global security and diplomacy, ensuring that EU can be counted on international crises, not from behind, but from ahead. We need to prioritize inclusivity and gender equality in our approach to security and to defense.
Thank you, Nazima. Thank you, all of you. Victor, Carolina, Thomas, and Maria, thank you very much. Thank you. And I'm going to call now to conclude before getting to the vote, so prepare your voting cards. The two very last speakers for the conclusion of this presentation of our Congress resolution, Tanja Fajon, leader of SD, thank you, Slovenia, Vice President of PES, and then Pedro Marques. If you want to come to the mic, you can be in front if you want. And also Pedro Marques, also as coordinator PES SND for the implementation of our Commission work program, SND Vice President. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, finally you hear the voice from Slovenia, a little bit weak one, but always determined. The improvement of the quality of lives of our citizens was always and remains at the core of our policies. And it's just enough if we go out and do what we say today. It's not much to add. Respect, dignity, the quality of life. We Socialists and Democrats stand for peace. We stand for just and lasting peace. We stand for equalities, reducing inequalities, and we stand for strong public services. So dear colleagues, friends, let me just say one thing at the end. Slovenian Social Democrats are very alive and kicking. And we count on you. You count on us at the next European elections. And let us be strong together. I wish to see Europe stronger and bigger, empowered, enlarged, and engaged with the other parts of the world.
Thank you, Tanja. Thank you very much. Pedro.
Thank you, Yannick. So it is my task to be the last one in a long list. Dear Stefan, dear comrades, so finally, from so many speeches, from so many ideas, what does the manifesto for 2024 brings to us? We are saying to the Europeans, it is with us that you will fight with us the cost of living crisis. It is with us, with minimum salaries, with the minimum income, with affordable housing. We heard you, Enrique. We heard you as a representative of the youngsters. We know that we need affordable housing for the youngsters. We will also fight for liberty in Europe, staying by the side of the Ukrainians to stop this Putin aggression. We will continue to fight the climate emergency, also by helping our families and our companies in the transition. We do not want to leave anybody behind. And we will fight for a feminist Europe. And this cannot be only just about words. It has to have a concrete meaning in women's lives in Europe. And we will also be very truthful on the fight against the far right and the populists. From our side, they cannot count on flirting, on marriages, as they have with the EPP. What from us, they will only get a strong fight against what they want to represent, which is the destruction of our Europe. We will put a fight against this far right in Europe. And we mean what we say. Look at what Antonio Costa just did. I come from Portugal. When the slightest doubt came, not even accused of anything, he stepped aside. He decided to sacrifice his position for the rule of law, for democracy, and also for this political family. So this is what we do, and this is my final word. We deliver. We delivered responding to COVID. We delivered on the Green Deal. We delivered on helping the Ukrainians. We will deliver for Europe in 2024, and we will win the next European election. Thanks, comrades.
Thank you, Pedro. Very inspiring speech. Thank you, Tanja. And now we have to come to this very formal moment of the adoption of the resolution. Who is voting against the resolution? Abstention. Who is in favor? Adopted. Thank you very much, comrades. Have a good Congress.
Congress and friends, we are coming now to serious business. We adopted a resolution after 12 months of work with 600 amendments, but now we are coming to the president of PES. As you know, we had one candidate, and I see the candidate, and I can announce that the result is as follows. It's yes, 196 votes. It's no, 2 votes. 1 abstention and 1 invalid vote. So I would say that's a very overwhelming majority. Stefan, please come to the stage. It's your applause. So thank you so much. The speech will be very short. We had a long day, but I want to thank you again for the trust that you put in me, place in me, the support that you've shown. I'm very humbled, proud to have been re-elected as the PES president, and it is truly a privilege serving you, serving PES, and serving the citizens. And that we have a hard work ahead of us, and I know I can count on you, and please know you can count on me. Thank you so much.
I promise this is really the end, but if you give me the favor of projecting again the list of the new presidency members, we adopt also that one, and then all those who will read their names on the screen are very much invited to join the very first meeting of the new presidency, which will be in the room of the old presidency. Do you recognize yourself in this list? I guess so. Let's welcome the new presidency. And see you at the presidency meeting. Tomorrow morning, 10 a.m., the Congress will begin again.
Hace algún tiempo que espero hoy y en el asfalto bailo sin perdón. Me late un ritmo y una canción que hacia la calle me empuje el corazón. Voy a buscarte donde acordamos y sin pensar la misma